quite sinking in yet that you're an Olympian.
Yeah. I'm 18, I'm Phoebe Bacon.
I'm 19, I'm Alex Walsh.
I'm 19, I'm Reagan Smith.
I'm 19, I'm Kate Douglas.
I'm 18, I'm Tori Husk.
I am 17, I'm Lydia Jacoby.
I'm 19 and I'm Jake Mitchell.
I'm 19 and I'm Emma White.
I'm 17 and I'm Claire Curzan. I'm 16 and I'm Bella Sims. I'm 15 and I'm Kate Grimes.
Jake, how does it feel being the only guy? You're holding it down.
Yeah, I don't know. It's fun.
So Claire, let me start with you, Claire. You just turned 17 years old, is that right?
Yes.
I hear you had a unique training setup during the pandemic because a lot of people realize that, look, things were postponed for a while. Things have been kind of weird, but now you're back in it. But what were you doing during the pandemic to stay in shape?
So my neighbor had a backdoor pool, so I was able to kind of steal her pool for a little bit and use a bungee cord to do some resistance training. So it was pretty chilly, and I had a wetsuit on for a while, but it was really great to be in the water.
So you're literally in your neighbor's pool during the pandemic using bungee cords just to try to stay fit.
Yeah.
But clearly it all paid off.
It did.
How old are you, Katie?
I'm 15.
You're 15 years old?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
It's cool, but I don't know. I was just telling them, I'm like the youngest in everything. Like I'm the youngest in our swim team group. I'm the youngest in my family. At some point, I was the youngest to qualify for the trials, so it's just kind of fitting.
How long have you been swimming?
I started my club team when I was about 5, so like about a decade.
Yeah. Wow.
Wow, that's pretty cool. So Reagan, you are 19 years old. This is what we think is pretty cool. You posted a picture of yourself. It was on Instagram. I think it was a yearbook picture from when you were 11 years old. Is that right?
Yes, that is right.
Tell me about that picture and what did the caption say underneath it?
Yeah, so it was like my 5th grade yearbook, and it was what we wanted to be when we grew up, and I said that I wanted to be an Olympian. Yeah.
Oh,
Very sweet.
they say what you think about, you bring about. And so now here you are all these years later as an Olympian, one of the teenagers on the team. You guys are making history as teenagers. What about for you? How does this feel? Is it surreal? I mean, again, this is something you've been working for years.
Yeah, definitely. It feels like a dream come true, absolutely. And it always sort of felt like an unattainable dream just because the Olympics are so romanticized. And especially with this pandemic going on, we didn't really know, if the Olympics were going to happen at all. So it's very cool and very surreal that they're happening and I get to be a part of it. So it's very special.
So I'm sitting here, I'm talking to you guys, and I'm thinking about all of the kids and teenagers, not just in the US, but around the world who swim. And yet here you are, 11 of you, and you made the cut. Does it sink in that you're frankly one of the best swimmers in the world?
No. Not at all.
What about for you, Reagan? When I say you guys and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, you guys are some of the best swimmers in the world. Does that sink in?
Not really, honestly, because when we're all here together, it just feels like a normal group of kids.
So Lydia, you are 17 years old, and as I understand it, you are the first Olympic swimmer to come from Alaska. Is that right?
Yeah, it is.
The state must be thrilled for you. Tell me about the support that you're getting from the folks in Alaska.
Yeah, it's been so cool. I know Alaska itself is a really small community just because our population size is so small, but within that, Alaska swimming is an even tighter community, so that's been great to have all that support. And when I came back from in the airport, everybody came and met me, and yeah, it's been great.
When you landed and you went back home in June, you landed at the airport, how did it feel to see that crowd and all of those people there just to support you?
It was crazy. I mean, I've been getting tons of texts and messages and stuff, like I couldn't even keep up with it, but to just see that in person when I came home was another whole thing, so that was pretty cool.
Is there an adjustment going from, a small swim club at home to, Olympic training camp in Hawaii?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at home, I have people to train with, but nobody to go to meets with and everything, so it's just been really neat getting to train with people who are on my level and can push me.
Is it different? I read that this training camp in Hawaii is the first time you've consistently worked out in a 50-meter pool.
Yeah, we only have one 50-meter pool in Alaska, and they keep it in short course. So this is my first time swimming long course. Yeah.
Are you guys surprised? I guess you did. So wait, Phoebe, you're 18 years old. You're from Maryland. So this is what is really cool. So tell me if this is true. In pre-K, you were paired with a 4th grade mentor. Can you tell everybody who that was?
It was Katie Ledecky.
What are the odds? What was she like?
Yeah, I know when I was that young, I mean, I don't think me or her knew what swimmers we were going to become. And like then it was just, we were becoming friends. And that kind of started our relationship to now being on the same Olympic team together.
It has to be somewhat surreal. Like I'm from Wichita, Kansas, right? So the odds that I end up working with somebody else from my hometown on the Today Show would be very odd. So for you, I mean, what are the odds that you guys were swimming as little ones and now you're together at the Olympics? Isn't that nuts?
Yeah, I think it's wild, especially, I don't know how they paired us up because we have both very different personalities, but it's just crazy.
And then when you saw her as an Olympian, I guess it was back in 2012, did you think, I want to do that too?
Yeah, that was the first moment I kind of felt like the Olympic dream was possible for me, just from her being from like a small community, and maybe I could too.
Phoebe, how much work, goes on behind the scenes? What don't we see when it comes to making a spot?
I think it's a lot of work. There's all the recovery, and then there's the fueling and nutrition, and then if you're in school, you're also doing that on the side, and it's a lot to like take in, but we seem to all kind of balance it well, and I feel like swimmers are really good at time management, which really helps.
How often are you swimming a day, Phoebe?
Either once or twice a day. Usually for me, some days I'll have like an hour and a half practices, and then other days it'll be up to 3 hours. It kind of depends if I'm swimming once or twice a day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Talent and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Kate Douglas and Alice Walsh. You're both 19 years old?
Yes.
So this is so cool because you both swim for UVA and you punched your ticket to Tokyo, during the same race. What was that moment like for you two?
Yeah, I mean, I just remember, in the warm-up pool before the race, our coach looked at us and he was like, just let's do this together, let's make the team together. And I mean, I was a little bit scared to say that because I think I was kind of in denial that I even had a chance of making the team, but I think it definitely helped motivate me just knowing that me and my teammate could make the team together. So that was just super exciting.
And how cool is that? You guys came in first and second, right?
Yeah.
When you're swimming, I've always wondered, What's on your mind? I mean, you guys are so fast, you're so good. Are you in a zone, or what are you thinking about when every millisecond counts?
I mean, I guess at the end of that race, I'm thinking about the pain of the race and trying to push it out of my mind so that I can finish the race as fast as I can. In that race, I just put my head down once I got to the flags, and I knew that was my last chance to finish the race and try to get a spot on the team.
And what about you, Alex, when you're going into something like that?
Yeah, I would say the finals at Olympic Trials is a really unique atmosphere that I know it's really hard to prepare for just because the nerves and they're really high. But yeah, I'm really grateful that I had Kate next to me because we're training partners, and I knew we know how the other one is going to swim the race, and we both know that it's going to be really close on the last 50 meters of freestyle. So having her there, I think that was really good for both of us.
And Alex, what did your family think?
I saw my mom was crying, obviously, a lot. I think they were feeling a lot of the emotions that I was feeling too. I think people kind of forget that the family it's kind of like a team effort almost, just because everyone has their own support system going through the same thing. So I think they were just as happy as I was.
Tori, you are 18 years old from Virginia.
Yeah.
We were just talking about the fact that so many athletes were bummed, because the Olympics were delayed a year. But did you think perhaps maybe it helped younger athletes like you guys? It gave you a little bit more time, or what do you think about that extra time?
I think it probably made a huge difference in all of our swimming this year. I feel like that extra year really gave us time to perfect our technique, and also I feel for the younger athletes, I feel strength, at least for me, was a really important and game-changing aspect of my swimming. So it gave me a whole another year to work on my strength training and just to get stronger. So I feel for me it made a really big difference.
So in some ways it was like a silver lining to have that extra time.
Yeah, I feel obviously COVID wasn't great, but I feel I tried to be optimistic and to make the best out of it.
Bella, you are 16 years old from Vegas.
Yes.
Is it true that you only started swimming 6 years ago?
Yeah. I started swimming when I was 10, yeah.
And now you're an Olympian? What made you decide to start 6 years ago?
My friends swim, and I would just go over their house and have sleepovers, and they'd have to go to practice, and I'd just have to watch, and I was like, dang, that's kind of fascinating. I want to try. And then I did lessons, and the instructor was like, you're kind of good, you should try developmental, the swim team. And going from 5 meters to the 25 is a push. And then I realized I loved it when my parents were would ask me, and yeah.
You're so laid back about it. You're oh yeah, I just go in, I just swim, but you're obviously really good. How would you describe your journey to get here? How much did it take behind the scenes to get that spot?
Definitely practicing some every day. I used to watch YouTube videos on how to perfect my technique, and I would try to use it in practice. And if I ever felt I needed more work, I'd go to the gym with my brother or stuff like that.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Talent and perseverance inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Jake, you're 19, right?
Yeah.
From Indiana. And so you had placed second in the 400 freestyle, but didn't make the qualifying time for the Olympics. So you had to do a time trial by yourself to see if you could beat that time. How nerve-wracking was that?
It was pretty nerve-wracking. I mean, the entire day kind of leading up to it, I was kind of wondering if I'd be able to do it because I couldn't do it in finals, and I'd never really had like a tapered meet like kind of leading up to that, so I didn't know exactly how fast I was going to go. I just knew that I'd trained really well for it. But then as it got closer, I just was trying to shift my mindset to being more grateful for having the opportunity to get another chance at it, and yeah, so that nerve just turned into excitement.
Wait, Jake, did you just give us some words of wisdom? So when you're crazy nervous, as opposed to just racking your brain with nerves, you find a space for gratitude? Does that help?
Absolutely. At my club team, growing up, we always had like talks about gratitude and how powerful it can be if you use it in the right way. So just like working on the mental side of things really helped me in that kind of situation.
So I am not an Olympic swimmer, but can I tell you, Jake, that I honestly think that you just taught us something. Whether you are a swimmer, whether you're a teacher, whether you're a dancer, you know, whether you're a student, we all feel nerves sometimes. And I guess I never thought about taking those, you know, that anxiety and trying to fuel it into being, you know, gracious. That's awesome. And it also helps me, it reminds me, you know, how much would you say, Jake, when it comes to swimming or when things get really competitive, how much of it is a mind game or is mental versus the skill set itself? Is it a balance?
Like for us, like when you get to a meet, it's like all the mental side because all the physical stuff's done. So it's really just like about focusing on yourself and what you can do and like the controllables, not focusing on things that are out of your control, just making sure that you're doing the best that you can to be the best that you can be.
And what does your family think about this, Jake?
They were super excited. I remember like after I finished the race, I like ran outside and gave my parents a hug, and I had family all around kind of texting me and calling me and congratulating me, so it was really, really nice.
And is it true, you guys, tell me the record, is this the most teenagers they've had since 1996? Did I read that? Emma, let me bring you in here. You train, I know, and train for this moment, but it still has to be so overwhelming, if you will. Have you received any advice that gets you through?
I actually met Elizabeth Beisel at trials after my 4 a.m., which is so cool because I've looked up to her for so long. And it's really an honor to follow in her footsteps. She gave me a card and she talked to me about having the 4 a.m. on the first day of the meet and kind of how to handle the pressures of it all, which was so cool.
How many of you are on Instagram? Show of hands. Show of hands, how many of you are on TikTok?
Oh, yeah.
So I guess this is just the way of the future. Do you ever find yourself reading comments, or does it fuel you in a positive way? I mean, for any teenager, social media, you know, has its pros and cons. What about for you guys?
I mean, I think most of the comments were positive after that. Like leading up to the meet, I try to stay off social media of all the swimming stuff, but I mean, after it was all just mainly like congratulations, which I'm super thankful for my family and friends.
I know sometimes when I have a long day, I'll be honest, I'll open up Instagram and I'll kind of scroll and it kind of takes me away, kind of lets my mind relax a little bit. What about for you guys? How do you unwind, if you will? Because I know that it's probably stressful.
I mean, I think I try to separate swimming from the rest of my life when I get home, kind of try to shut that off. You know, like hang out with my sisters, I have 3 of them, and kind of like unplug and think about the next day.
I read for somebody, this is your first time traveling out of the country. Who is that for? Raise your hand if this is your first time traveling. How does that feel?
Good. I mean, if I'm gonna go out of the country for my first time, might as well be for the Olympics.
So you're training right now with some legends. First of all, going to Hawaii any day would be awesome, but training there with Olympic legends, is there anybody that you're like secretly kind of geeking out for or seeing?
I'd say just kind of everyone. Like the first day, Coach Greg told us just to get in the lane with people you don't know. So obviously this is kind of one of my big first national team trips. So I got in the lane with Kayla Decky, which was crazy because I mean, I used to only see her on like media and stuff, so she's been so nice and just welcoming to us, and it's been great just getting to know everyone.
I've always wanted to train with Ryan Murphy, just because like he's like such a legend in the like backstroke community, and last night I finally got to like train right next to him, and it was like such an awesome moment.
How about for any of you, is there anybody, even going to Tokyo, I know it's going to be a little different this year, but is there anybody you love to meet that's an Olympian with any sport? Anybody?
I want to meet Simone Biles.
Me too. This is so cool.
What is it about Simone Biles that you guys admire?
She's the GOAT.
Yeah. Yeah.
She rocks. I just think she's so cool. I love watching her like highlight reels at her competitions.
Well, I can't wait to watch your highlight reel as well. Okay, I know you guys are all still getting to know each other, but who would you say, is there anybody in this group that has the most intense pre-race superstition?
Me?
Yeah.
What do I do? She's like, I'm like, it's so scary. It's so intimidating. Because she comes out.
That's so funny. What does that do? Does that just hype you up?
Yeah, you know, it just gets me going. It's got to scare the competition.
Who would you say, and again, I know you guys are just gelling as a team, but who would you say is the most relaxed before a race?
I don't think anyone's relaxed.
Anybody goof off during training, or who's the comedian? Who likes to have fun?
Phoebe.
You again?
She likes to joke in the ready room.
I mean, like...
And what is it, does it just kind of keep the attitude light, or what's your thought?
Like, I like swimming mostly just because it is so much fun. And, like, just today at practice, we were definitely doing a hard set, and, like, I was trying to keep everybody positive, I feel like, just because, like, I enjoy it, and I want everybody else to enjoy it.
What is it like there in Hawaii? Who's there? What are you seeing? What are you doing?
I think it's gorgeous.
Yeah.
I mean, outside all of our windows are just like this beautiful, like multi-blue colored beaches, like ocean, and then like we're walking around outside and it's just nice out. It's sunny all the time. Like coming from a Wisconsin winter, this is amazing.
Does it feel, for any of you guys, does it feel surreal?
It's just now kind of starting to sink in now that we're like all together and like you're spending time with everyone, but it's still definitely surreal.
What are you most looking forward to in Tokyo?
Trading pins. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Wearing the flag on my head. That's probably the coolest part.
Probably meeting people from other countries.
Do you get to do the opening ceremony?
I think if you swim later in the meet, you're allowed to, or like you're more likely to.
You know, you guys are still young, but did any of you ever watch the Olympics and look at swimming and just dream and wish that maybe one day you two can be there?
Yeah.
All of you?
Yeah.
Show of hands, how many of you watched the Olympics in years past and dreamed of being there? That's amazing. What is it that you love about swimming in this sport?
I'm just like super competitive, and I love the fact that everyone gets to push each other and then but I think we're all pretty supportive of each other, and it just makes everything better.
And Tori, how does it feel when you're in that water and you're swimming, you're doing the butterfly, like I don't even know the terminology. How does it feel when you're at your best? What does that feel like?
Well, in a race, I feel like I'm not really even thinking. Like I'm kind of just like going. I feel like thinking, I guess, is more like for practice. But when I'm at my best, I feel like my mind is pretty blank.
And my last question, somebody speak in behalf of all of you, what it feels like to be a teenager at the Olympics. You guys are seriously making records as this team being so young. Somebody speak in behalf of all of you, what you want the country to know from you guys.
Dream big, have fun. I don't know. It's an honor to be here, and it's so fun that we can represent our country, hopefully for many more years to come.
Well, thank you guys so much. All the best. We'll be rooting for you. I mean, gosh, at 15 years old, 17, 19, the sky is the limit. Thank you guys so much. And good luck in Tokyo.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you. Cheers. We've been watching Chanel bust a move all morning.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
Jenna, nearly 2 miles in the air.
Your Gampy would be so proud.
Oh, thank you, Al.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It was a gloomy afternoon in Manhattan for our first in-person buddy up in over a year, but we weren't about to let it rain on our parade.
This is the first time we've been together in person.
It's been a while. I'm so happy.
We've got a little urgency because there's a big line of thunderstorms.
Just saw that. We are the
weather wizards.
Oh my goodness.
So let's get it going.
Our first backyard game, a classic, cornhole.
How do you score cornhole?
So I think, if I remember correctly, I'm usually pretty drunk. In the hole is 3, on the board is 2, off the board, half off the board, like if it's dangling, it's 1.
Are you taking notes on this? Well, yes, it's the score. Ooh!
Oh!
Wow.
Doofus.
Oh, name calling this early? Oh!
Look at me! Look at me! I'm Craig. I'm awesome.
Oh! Look at you!
Yes.
Look at you!
Yes.
Cornhole Pro! Cornhole Pro! Yes! Yes!
15-9.
We're up.
News nerds? All right.
That's the we won. Yes!
I thought we had some wiggle room.
Boom!
In a shock to everyone, the news nerds are up 1-0, but the stakes are getting higher in a supersized version of Connect 4.
All right, here we go. You gotta get 4 in a row.
Okay.
4 in a row.
4 in a row.
Ready? Ladies
Yes.
first.
Okay. Smart move. You don't want them to get anything, so don't put anything down because then they can.
Good catch. Good catch.
Is this the least we've ever talked?
Yes! The old man's lost it!
You did it!
The old man's lost it!
He just wanted the game to end!
Okay, what's up? Next.
Things aren't looking great for both Team Weather Wizards or literally the weather.
There's lightning and thunder coming.
Is that becoming like a roll cloud? Look at that.
With the storm approaching, it's time to get a move on for our grand finale, Can Jam.
If it just hits the side, that's 1 point. You throw it, falls in, that's 2 points.
Will Team Weather put any points on the scoreboard?
If it's above and you knock it in, right? You jam it, that's 3 points. If it goes straight in, game over.
Good try. That was good. This storm's getting
Now,
vicious.
watch it, it'll go 4-3.
Okay, fine, just hit the thing.
Oh, close.
So
4-4.
I know.
That might have gone in.
All right, 4-4.
First one to 5. All right.
6.
Mean Can Jam.
Despite the Weather Wizards' Can Jam comeback, they were still down 2-1. We had a choice, keep going or stay dry.
As you can hear, and as we've seen,
God.
ta-da, we've got a line of pretty severe thunderstorms rolling in. It would seem to be that way. I think it's time to call this buddy up. Why? Because I don't want to die.
Go News Nerds, we won.
You won, yay! Makes them feel better. Oh, we heard you.
Thanks for joining us on Today All Day. Over the next 30 minutes, I'll share some of my favorite interviews with you. These conversations include interviews with inspiring women, chatting all things books with a few of my favorite authors, and of course, some funny moments in between. So sit back and relax as Today All Day continues.
If anyone can just like take this to a beach or a pool or their backyard or, you know, and just lose themselves for a little.
That's the point. Anywhere.
That's the point. Anywhere. Your closet where you're hiding from your kids. Do it. You know, but that would be my greatest joy to hear that people were able to do that.
Hey, this is Jenna Bush Hager, and this is Open Book, and I'm so happy to talk with my friend Lauren Weisberger. She has written 7 novels, is that right? Or is this your 8th?
This is 8.
This is number 8. She has a new book out called Where the Grass is Green and the Girls Are Pretty. And Lauren, I'm so happy to talk with you about this novel. But before we get to it, I want to know what type of reader you were as a little girl. Do you remember what book first turned you on and what book you were like, oh God, reading, I can't get enough of it?
I feel like my answer might be the same as every other girl in my general age range in America, but it had to be Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret.
Oh, yes.
Judy Blume. I mean, everything Judy Blume was formative, but that particular book will just forever just has a special place in my heart, as I think it was like the first time I felt understood by an author, that feeling of somebody has like crawled into your head and put words on the page that connects to what you're feeling. Other people know what I'm thinking and feeling was really eye-opening. And Judy Blume is obviously the ultimate. I mean, all of her books did that for me, but that one in particular, I don't think I'll ever forget.
I know I think we're similar in age, and I got to interview Judy Blume, and I was just like, thank you for not making me feel like we have to be perfect, that we can just be ourselves, and that is enough. And I totally agree with you. Okay, so when you go to write a novel, this is your 8th. What's your process? How do you get into these characters?
You know, I will say it really never gets any easier. People sometimes ask that, you know, is this something like, oh, you can just sit down and pound it out, and it's nothing like that. With this particular book, I've wanted to write a book about sisters forever, and you know, I'm talking to the person who wrote the ultimate book about sisters, which I absolutely loved, but my sister Dina really inspired this book and our relationship. And it's funny, like the 2 characters in this one, their names were Peyton and Sky, and they're sisters, but neither Dana nor I line up with either of these characters. But the way that we talk to each other does. And I imagine that you're like this with Barbara, but like there's no one else in your life who just tells it like it is. The brutal, cold, no holds barred honesty, whether you want it or not, whether you're looking for it or not. And I really wanted to kind of convey that in this book. And then the secrets and the scandal, the plot is sort of built around that.
To me, it feels like maybe the perfect summer read.
Oh, love that. Thank you.
So how have books been keeping you company throughout this last year?
You know, I think in a lot of the ways that they have from the time I've been a child. I grew up in a small town in Pennsylvania, and I had unlimited access to our local library, and that was the greatest gift ever. We would go once a week and I would get to check out anything I wanted, and I learned quickly it's incredibly transportive. You can travel anywhere. You can read about other cultures, about other people, and that was a revelation as a child, but it's something I think that's been really comforting now. It's really been lovely to escape into other worlds. But I do think for me, reading is one of my very few flow activities, and you know, to get into the flow of something great and just be transported somewhere else is amazing.
It's so funny. I've never heard it called a flow activity, but that's when people are like, how do you read so much? I'm like, give yourself 30 minutes to fall in love with the book. If you don't, my advice is to quit it. And maybe more than 30 minutes though. Maybe give yourself quit it. But once you're in it, if it's a great book, you're going to be in it. You're going to find time to read. You're going to be reading, while you're bathing, or whatever it is, you're going to find that time in the morning commute. Okay, what should we be reading besides your book, which we will pack in our bags for the summer? What else can you recommend?
Something I just finished, which I don't know whether to call it a beach read or not. It was very kind of dark, but also super intriguing. Was a novel. It was a debut novel called The Push by Ashley. Did you read that?
I did. It got. That was one that we would have wanted to be a read with Jenna pick, but it got taken by the competitor. So I do recommend it. I do recommend it.
I just loved it. A real sort of like mother-daughter psychological thriller. And my sister's a family therapist, and it was very interesting to hear her like analysis of these characters, her take on it. So that was really, really, really good. I loved that one.
Now, in your new novel, there is a television show host.
Yes.
As one of the characters. I wonder, can you give us a little secret of where you pulled inspiration for her?
That's one of my two main sisters. Her name is Peyton Marcus, and she is the huge morning news show anchor, and she has worked really, 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 really hard to get to where she is. And then, of course, I think there's some questioning and some reckoning about whether or not she's in the right place. But, I look around at so many of these women that we see on TV, you and your colleagues, and, so many others that I can see. And I'm in awe of how you all do it. Like, that's something that intrigues me.
Well, we know The Devil Wears Prada, which is one of your books, of course, became a film, which anybody that closes their eyes can remember almost all of those scenes. Any talks of a film or TV series with this one, or is it too early?
I think it's fingers are crossed. I'm hopeful.
Okay, let's cross them.
Yes.
Do a collective
hopeful I'll have good news on that front. That would be one of the best experiences ever. I would love to have that again.
I just remembered this. I mean, I'm sure I knew this before I read about you when you wrote that book, but you were actually Anna Wintour's assistant. So there was some, that was your first job, one of your first jobs.
First job out of college. Crazy. First job out of college. No idea how it happened. Ended up at her desk, and I was there, just under a year, and it definitely informed that whole book. For sure. Yeah. It was a crazy, crazy, crazy entrance sort of into the working world of New York City. And it was wild.
Well, this book is so much fun. I started reading it yesterday. I think I'll probably be done with it by tonight. Like I tell everybody, you want to be like, okay, kids, we're going to bed early tonight. Let's close the door.
Yes.
Mama's got to read. Lauren, congratulations. And I know so many people will be reading along with me.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi.
Hello.
I haven't seen you in too long. It's
I
funny
know.
to see you on Insta Live.
I'm so happy to see your face.
I'm so happy to see you and your
Cheers.
beautiful bookshelf. Oh, what are you drinking? I only have water.
It's still Mother's Day, right? Right?
It's every day. Water. I get that. I got this green stuff.
What is that?
It's.
Well, now
I
you're
don't know.
making
I
me
bought
feel
it when I got my
guilty, Jenna.
vaccine. This green stuff that I put in my water, but
Can I put it in my mimosa?
That's the perfect combo. Siri, I'm so happy to talk with you.
Thank you for having me, friend.
Okay, so I was just telling everybody on Insta Live that I have a group of people that I send my books to every month. And you're one of them because you love to read. And I feel like this year has really been a reading year for you. Was it a New Year's resolution?
It was my New Year's resolution because I have always loved to read, but I finally at some point in my life realized I was turning into like a summer reader.
Yeah.
Like that was the only time I would read a book. It's just, I didn't prioritize it to find the time. And finally this New Year's, I was like, you know what? No, and I don't typically make New Year's resolutions, at least ones that like, I don't know, have a goal.
You're not going to do. Yeah.
Exactly. But I just want to try to read 10 this year. Already read 5. So I feel like I can go beyond that. It just feels so good. I feel it's almost like once you start, you kind of can't stop. Like I put a book down and then I pick up the next one. So it's been good.
It's so funny. That's so true. And I also think people will say like, how do you read? And I mean, you have 4 kids, you have a baby.
I do. It is, you really do have to find the time. What I've found, and a good friend of mine who loves to read also was like, take the books with you wherever you go. Cause you'll always find that like minute before school pickup or like whatever it is. If I'm in my car, sometimes I like to go to the grocery store and like sit in my car for 15 minutes before I enter the grocery store. And it's just like, you got to just find that time, you know? And I try now to read before bed, which, you know, in the past, maybe I'd watch a show. Something's got to give. Like I don't watch as much TV now that I have been reading more, but it is tricky. I mean, how do you find the time? Like,
no, I mean, that's the same thing. Henry and I are into a television series right now, which has sort of taken my time away. It's called The Serpent. It's really...
Oh, I've heard of that.
It's great. But the point is, so then I like stay up a little later and I read before I go to bed or whatever it is. But you're right. It's like scheduling it. And then once you fall in love with the book, you don't need to schedule it.
Then you can't stop.
Yeah. Once
and that's
you're
how
into
I've
it,
been.
you're into it.
Yeah. I've just been reading books that I can't stop reading. So I like literally like I'm making dinner with the book there. I mean, you get addicted. You can't put it down. And that's the best type of reading.
Oh, isn't that the best feeling?
Yeah.
Okay. So talk a little bit. First of all, I just made this claim. I'm not sure why, but I think it's true that I feel like real foodies, people that love food and explore food, are readers too.
Oh.
Do you think that's true?
I think so. Well, for sure. I mean, I love to read cookbooks. So I think that, I mean, and actually when I wrote my cookbook, that was one of the biggest goals for me, was to write a book that not only people want to obviously cook from, but people want to read. So I tried to keep every single recipe, like I wanted there to be a story behind each meal and each dish and and because to me, that's what food is about. It's about sharing, you know, food, it comes from life experiences and memories. And so that was my biggest goal. And actually like the biggest compliment I've had is like, I actually don't even cook from your book. I just like to read it. So I think you're right. I think foodies, I mean, I love to read cookbooks. That's how I didn't go to culinary school. I just taught myself by watching the Food Network and reading food blogs, cookbooks. Because I think
so my mom, I have a like distinct memory of my mom sitting at her kitchen table with the cookbook, and she loved to read cookbooks too. She has a great cookbook collection, but she's not even really a cook. You know, like
I know.
Totally. There's something about it that's like, and the reason why I even made that claim, which could be totally false, is that I feel like people that want to fall into a new place or meet new people, new characters, are also probably adventurous eaters. You know, they also like the idea of trying something new in food.
Right.
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it! Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
So, Siri, tell me when you first fell in love with reading. Was there a particular book that you were like, oh,
well,
I love this, or author?
I'm prepared. So my mom loves to read. I grew up watching her go to like her book clubs, and she, when we were little kids, she read this book, Little Mother to the Others, to us before bed. And I'm the oldest. I have 2 younger brothers and sisters, and I have more than that. But she would, like, this was a time that we actually came together, and it's a really old book too, but like we listened, we were engaged. It was such a like special moment of the day, and I'll always remember that. And so she definitely instilled my love of reading. And I was that kid in school, like when I got a little older, that literally got in trouble for reading books. Like I'd be in science, like with my babysitter's club book or whatever it was. Oh, I was really into all the like R.L. Stein.
Me too.
Did you read Christopher Pike?
Yes.
Books?
You remember the one where they went scuba diving and the person got the whatever it was called, the lung disease, because they turned it. Yes, I love.
I think I've read every Christopher Pike. I was like hooked on those. So I just, and my mom's always like, well, if you're going to get in trouble in school for something, it's probably good that it's reading too much. So I always loved to read. I took, courses in college. Another, one of my favorite things was I took a course on Toni Morrison novels, which you just had The Bluest Eye in your book club. And that, I think I've read every single one of her books, just fell in love with her writing and her stories. And I thought actually about becoming an English major. I went the communications route, but it's just always been something I've loved.
I was a communications major and changed to English because my mom was like, "You're good at communicating."
Yeah, you are.
Be a great writer, read all the
We're
great
like the
books.
same. We were born no, you were born in
81.
81. We're the same. We're 81 communication majors.
You know what's so funny?
We love queso.
We love queso. Queso paired with a good book and a margarita, and that's it. That's my end all be all. But you know what? So I've noticed, speaking to authors or friends, I just interviewed Brandi Carlile for Open Book. I love her music. I loved her so much. She just wrote a really awesome book, which I took a little read with Jenna break to read, called Broken Horses, which I recommend.
Okay.
But it's so funny that you can tell, and I'm sure everybody here has experienced this, if people are about your same age by what books they read. Like I literally said to her, she was like, I loved The Babysitter's Club. I loved R.L. Stein. She said exactly what you said. And I said, are you almost 40? Are you 40? She goes, yeah, we're the same age. And I think there's something so like I feel like if my mom was talking to somebody and they talked about the books they read, it might be slightly different, but they have that same like, oh, you know, we grew up in the same era.
I bet they have the same
taste, the same childhood memories.
Yep.
Okay, so what's the one book that changed you? I mean, I know there's probably many, but can you think of one that you were like,
yes.
Okay,
So I've been with Carson for like 15 years now. I've known him to only read one book.
Oh yeah, I know this.
He just like, he actually can like he has that, he and his sister, they can read, and kind of like you, like they can read a book in like 2 days if they wanted to. They're just fast readers. Whereas I remember once we took a train ride together from upstate New York, and I think you like finished a book while I was like two chapters in. But anyway, that's an aside. So the one book that Carson read that he was like, you should read this after I'm done, is like an 1,000-page epic saga. So it's actually crazy that that's what he chose. I have it here because I'm so prepared.
Look, I love this. You are organized and ready to go.
It's called Shantaram. Have you ever read this?
No, but you and Carson have told me about this, and I need to write it down now.
So yeah, it's literally, let me see how many pages it is. Oh, it's almost 1,000. But it's, like I said, it's like this epic saga of it's set in India. It follows this guy's life. It's and now it's been almost 10 years because Jack was little when I read it. But it's so moving, so like just thought-provoking and very spiritual. And I've always said, like, I need to read this again. It's one of those books that you want to read at different points in your life because you're going to get something out of it each time. And I haven't reread it. It sits on my nightstand because it meant so much to me. So that's definitely one. What about you?
Oh, I love that. You know, when you were just saying that, it reminded me of a book called A Little Life. Have you ever read A Little Life?
No.
Okay, and I am not going to pronounce the author's name correctly, so I'm not going to do it. But A Little Life is one of those books that, and there's lots of parts because I feel like if I meet somebody on the street, my sister recommended it to me. It's about a group of friends and one particular man who is just complicated, and it's like it's a book that will break your heart, and also it's about all the human experiences. And it's so close, like you read it and you feel like you're in their life. And so anyway, it is a beautiful, incredible book called A Little Life. It's
list.
Long too.
Okay. I like the long ones. Another one that really and I read this one more recently, The Heart's Invisible Furies.
Yes.
That is also a very long, kind of follows this boy until he's an elderly man. But just
I love that book too.
Again, heartbreaking, but funny at moments. You're laughing out loud. Like, oh, you just go through the whole, like, I mean, you feel like you're living his life. You're going through it with him. And I love that book.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I can track this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes. This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Oh, Tim Talks Books is here. I think he's a mutual friend of ours.
Tim is the one who recommended A Heart's Invisible
Heart's
Fury is to me. He and you are like my book gurus. Like,
but
you just
does Tim agree? When he says top 5 favorite, I don't know if he's talking to you or me. Tim, have you read A Little Life?
Tim, clarify.
Tim, tell us if you
Tim,
read it. And
I
a
went
lot
to
of
college
people...
with Tim, and now he lives in Nantucket and like works. I mean, he's like, Tim Talks Books is his, yeah. And he did a Read with Jenna.
Yes.
Thing.
Host. I'm so happy.
Yes. Yeah.
He did. He's like an incredible reader.
Right. He works with the 2 bookstores out in Nantucket, and like, he's just awesome.
Okay, so 40 Love says A Little Life is one of the best books.
Okay, I gotta read that.
If Tim,
That's next. I'm reading. Oh, I haven't started it yet because I started. Have you read Hamnet?
Yes.
So I started that, but then this came, and now I'm like, oh,
that's really good. If you're not into Hamnet, take a break.
It's taking me a second. Like, I've heard that it's so beautiful, and
it took me a second too.
But it's just taking me a second, and so far I've just been so grabbed by all the books I've read this year that but I don't want to give up. I hate giving up. Like, I do have a couple books that I haven't finished.
You know what about that? Somebody just told me, and I was like, yes. I think it was Emma Straub who wrote, which
I love her.
read. I'm just throwing books in here, all adults here. You read her books. I love her too.
Yes,
and she said this. She said, Tim Talks Books wrote, you said you guys are sweet, but Tim, I want to know, did you read A Little Life? Okay.
Yeah, let us know.
So Emma said, because she owns, a bookstore in Brooklyn, and a little indie bookstore called Books Are Magic, which I love.
Yes.
And she said this, when I was younger, I would feel guilty about quitting a book. She's like, now that I have 2 kids and run a bookstore, I don't feel guilty anymore.
Wow, that makes me feel so much better.
I'm not saying you have to quit.
No, I know. But I just
but you could.
I don't think I'll quit, but maybe I could pause and
Great Circle.
This sounds so
It's
awesome.
so good. I love this book so much. So I hope Tim is reading that too.
Jenna, do you read a book before you see the film?
Yes.
Okay.
Like, if you haven't read Sally Rooney's books, Conversation with Friends and Normal People.
I haven't.
So those are really great too.
No, I haven't. No.
So they have a Sally, Normal People was okay, good. Yes. A Little Life, top 5. I've never been more moved by a book.
Oh gosh. Now I'm really okay. That'll be after. Tim actually just sent me a bunch of books, and so I feel like, do you ever feel you have to feel pressure because you do this like as your part of your job. You have to like.
I know.
But my list is getting so long, and now I'm like I just want to neglect my children all day long and read.
I feel pressure, but I also
where are my kids?
I know. Are they there? Where's Goldie?
No, they're in school. Goldie's here. Goldie's gonna. If my mom's watching, Mom, come up with Goldie.
Yeah,
he was like, "How do I watch an Instagram live?" just click on the little thing.
Push watch.
Yeah.
It's so interesting because I also think it's okay to realize, like, I've been reading a lot of historical fiction for whatever reason, stuff coming out in the fall, and I'm like, okay, I cannot read any more historical fiction. I need more of a mystery, and so I think it's okay to allow yourself whatever you need.
I agree.
If you've been reading heavy, go a little lighter.
Right.
Okay. These are some really, really good questions. We have a lot of people that ask questions. So, and some of these we already asked for, but I love this one. Marianne L, I think 7. I'm so bad at this. 758 asks, is there a plan for another cookbook?
That's a great question. There isn't a plan. Well, I've been thinking and talking. It's just hard with Goldie being so little. I think I need to wait like a year or two just to where I really have, I love having all this time with her, especially because she's our last and my other kids are so much bigger and they're all in school. So I really am just trying to soak that up for now. I definitely have it in me, I think, for another, and I have some ideas. So stay tuned.
It seems like people are really, really hoping that you do, because I've seen it on the comments. And everybody misses your cooking segments. People
I know, I miss it too.
Well, it's
actually, I have one coming up. Jackson, my son, who has been doing some nightly kids segments. We're going to do a cooking segment together, I think, for an upcoming nightly kids. So that'll be fun. Okay, but I do miss it too.
I know. Yeah. Where are you? Come to our show.
Hey, Today All Day, we're bringing you a great Today Talks on this Monday and kicking it off, Carson's here with Pop Start. The Foo Fighters cover a popular 70s hit and a talented beatboxer is back in the spotlight, this time on America's Got Talent. Take a look.
Boy, it's been a long time since I've been able to say this. Time for the best part of the morning.
Yeah.
Pop Start.
We missed hearing that, Uncle Al. Thank you. We'll start with the Foo Fighters this morning. The soon-to-be Rock and Roll Hall of Famers just released a first look at their upcoming disco project. That's right, disco. The band will temporarily go by the name the DGs for a lineup of Bee Gees covers on their upcoming album titled Hail Satin. On Sunday, the band revealing a look at the DGs performance of You Should Be Dancing. It's got a good post-pandemic vibe, the disco thing. The album Hail Satin Side A, the DGs, is out this Saturday on July 17th. Next up, America's Got Talent. The show saw a familiar face on the audition stage in an episode that is set to air this week when the one and only Michael Winslow, a.k.a. Police Academy's Larvell Jones, brought back this special talent.
Wow. What are you in for? I'll show you.
That's right. Winslow, known for his incredible beatboxing and sound effects, shared that he decided to step away from acting in order to raise his children following the passing of his wife. But this time away from the spotlight rather, doesn't seem to have dulled his skill set at all. Take a look at his audition here.
When I was growing up, I lived next to an active runway. My father was in the Air Force. So that meant every few seconds, best part about the radio, you know any part of the song. Doesn't matter where it is, you know that song. Rock and roll.
Wow. And you can catch the full episode of America's Got Talent tomorrow night, right here on NBC.
Coming up next, Jill Martin introduces us to two amazing female-owned businesses. That story and more on Today Talks.
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Talent and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. Today on the third hour, Jill Martin gets the scoop on two small businesses, one selling jewelry and the other a boozy tea, both started by incredible women. Take a look.
Hope you had a great weekend. We know Dylan Dreyer had a pretty good weekend. She played in that American Century Championship out in Lake Tahoe, you might remember. Well, she teamed up with some huge celebs and athletes. And here's the thing, Dylan, she finished strong too. Here's Dylan Dreyer on the 18th hole. More than 50 feet away. Yeah.
Yeah.
She dropped it. She dropped that birdie putt. She's going to be back tomorrow, and she'll spill the tea on how well it went. With spoiler alert, last year she struggled a bit, struggled mightily. This year, markedly improved.
And I love that her husband was her caddy and her family was with her the whole way.
No pressure.
And the first pregnant. I mean, it was just awesome to watch.
And Roker, we saw you. You were one proud dad this weekend.
Yeah, proud dad and husband, because first on Saturday, Nick runs with this group called Achilles International. He took part in a relay from North Carolina all the way to New York City. He ran a leg along the West Side Highway, 2.5 miles, and just really, they had told him he had to slow down, actually. And then on Saturday, he and Deborah ran the Achilles International Hope and Possibilities 4-mile race, and he came in like a little more than 4 minutes ahead of his mom. I mean, he was booking.
Awesome.
But they both did a terrific job. There's Deborah finishing, and I was just there for moral support, and I was not running, but they did a great job. So all in all, not too bad. How about your weekend, Jill?
Well, I just have to say about Al and his family, they always show up.
Oh, yeah.
It's always like Al's there supporting, Deborah's running, everyone's there. I mean, awesome for Nick. So congratulations. My weekend. So I just started sort of getting out again. I have like a little anxiety. I haven't been going out that much. And so this weekend I had my first really guests at the house. My friend from Miami, Lindsay, and Matt visited. And we went to this place on a barge and had lunch, and
there you are.
Yeah, super fun. You took about those.
Nice.
Sandy and Trish.
Hat, by the way.
Girls just want to have rum. Yeah, no hair and makeup necessary. And that's my friend Matt. And my brother and my sister-in-law actually got engaged and married during the pandemic, and now she's like awesome. My best friend. So we spent the weekend together, and it felt good to be normal again. It's kind of odd, you guys kept your schedules, but I was home, like getting out again and going to restaurants. I'm easing into it a little bit.
I know. Lots of folks are doing that.
What about you?
Birthday party. Every Saturday when you have small children, there's a birthday party. So I had there's Sibby. I took Sibby to a birthday party at a beach in our town, and for the first time, she decided to climb all the way to the top of some monkey bars. My wife wasn't there.
Wow.
So there was added pressure because Al, when the child is with you by yourself, you have to keep the child alive. It's time for one of our favorite segments here, She Made It. And this morning, Jill's shining a light on 2 female-founded businesses.
I'm really excited about these. First up, I want you to meet Trisha Okobo, who was caught between 2 careers and found a way to merge them effortlessly. Take a look.
I've always wanted to be an entrepreneur. In college, I led a double life, studying engineering at Stanford during the day and enrolling in a fashion design program at night. After graduation, I worked in media and e-commerce in Silicon Valley. I loved the structure of engineering, but yearned for more creativity. Eventually, my passions fused with jewelry. In 2013, with no outside funding, Maison Mirror was born. It's a whole system of jewelry that you can mix and match to create your own signature look. Now, my double life is just my life. I get to be a jewelry architect, designing wearable sculptures and building blocks. And I get to make you the artist who puts it all together.
I love her story. And what I really love about it is I found this during the pandemic when I was, online shopping, subscription services. They're so elegant and classic, and you can layer them, and you really could get your ear cuff game going. Savannah's really big into that. And they say things like mama, and you could get a personalized, I'm wearing a J now, which is my name, my brother's name. So this is really great, and most of their pieces are under $50. So great to check it out and great to support small business. So next up, okay, Al, sorry you're not here for this one, but you'll taste these. 2 co-workers whose afternoon tea parties turned into so much more. Take a look.
I'm Jenny. And I'm Maria, and we're the founders of Owl's Brew. We were working together at a marketing firm when I became obsessed with the immune-boosting powers of tea. I even got certified as a tea sommelier. We started making the most delicious tea-infused cocktails for office happy hours, and soon realized we were brewing up a business. So in 2013, we quit our jobs to bring Owl's Brew to market. With our line of cocktail mixers available in over 1,000 stores like Publix and Whole Foods. Last year, we launched our boozy teas with refreshing flavors like matcha chamomile and jasmine blueberry.
Within 1 year, we've sold over 1 million cans.
Owl's Brew is for those who want to drink wisely. Cheers to that.
Wow.
All right, so hard seltzers are out. Hard
Nice.
teas are in this summer, you guys. And for those who are looking for healthier and better options in our alcoholic beverages, Owl's Brew is such a great choice. They're low calorie, low sugar, super flavorful. Plus, you can drink them straight from the can or use them in cocktails too. Cheers. What do you think?
Here's what I love about it. They're not too sweet. You know, I hate a really sweet drink.
Oh, very nice.
And they're only 4.8% in terms of alcohol. So you can have like, you know, 2 or 3 and not, you know.
I don't know that that's the point.
Well, we're keeping the kids alive, and you can have 2 or 3 and not wind up on the floor, Al. That's what we're learning today. Cheers.
I'll save you a few, buddy. I'll save you a few.
Hi, I'm Craig Melvin. I'm going to have 12 hard teas. Anyway.
It's okay, because they're low in alcohol and calories.
2 great brands, super proud to present them today. So, Al, cheers on that.
Yes. Thank you very much, Jill.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, we'll share some fun summer pictures of our families just ahead.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Today on Hoda and Jenna, Hoda and I share a few sweet family moments. Take a look. We were on vacation. How was it?
Oh my God, it was great. It was
You had the
great.
best
Yeah,
time?
we spent some time just with the girls doing like whatever you do in the summertime.
Look at that crew.
I have to tell you, that was the 4th of July. That
Was
was
there a
like
parade?
There was a parade. Everybody in that picture is connected to NBC in some way or another.
I know. Don't you love that?
That's Dylan Dreyer, Katie Ryan, and her mom Kathy, my former assistant. Joanne Lamarca's there with her husband Tyler. Joel's there obviously, and Brian and all the kids. But anyway, it's like literally NBC is taking over that parade. But it was such a fun
I like that you just
day.
tried to use it. Was it so much fun?
It was so fun. And there was, you know what it was? The parade was 2 fire trucks, some kids throwing candy off of something, and some kids like riding their bike. And just jumped in the parade.
You know, it's because we don't take things for granted, because last year there was no parade.
Right.
You know, we got to watch some
What did y'all do
fireworks
for the-
far away.
Yeah, what'd you do for the 4th?
We did really nothing. I mean, we
Parade?
were hanging. There was a bike parade. And Hal, look, there they are dressed up for the bike parade.
I am so shocked.
I know
at
that he's
seeing
a boy.
Hal.
He's a full-on human.
He looks like you.
And it was just so much fun to be together. And I dropped Mila at
Where?
summer camp yesterday. And Hoda, it was like one of those things that I know anybody that's gone to camp has this moment. And my mom wasn't like the type that was like, get on the bus and, you know, but I had this moment where she was like, don't cry, Mommy. And I said, I'm not going to cry. I had on my sunglasses. And there was something about it because it's the camp I went to as a little girl. So there was this nostalgia. And then also I got out of the car and she said, Mommy, I have sunscreen in my eyes. But I knew she didn't have sunscreen in her eyes. And it was just this feeling of like, she's old. How is she old?
She's going
and have to
camp
go
on her
away
own.
from me for 3 weeks.
And I'm,
gosh. You know, I know that so many parents have probably been dropping their kids.
And they're feeling that
and
feel.
they're feeling it. And I just can't believe that I'm the crybaby that had to wear sunglasses.
Now, is Mia looking, is this her first year going to?
It's her first year, and I'm just so
How is
proud
she
of her
gonna-
because she barely knows anybody. She lives in New York City, so to go, you know, somewhere totally different and to be on a lake and to go swimming, like, I just think there will be this feeling of freedom. And
so how does she commute? Does she write letters? Is that what they do?
Yeah, she writes
They write
letters. I can write her emails. So, of course, the second the email thing opened, and I had to, like, delete because I found myself saying, I'm just missing you with all my heart. And I'm like, why am I so
saying
dramatic? I'm putting my emotions on my 8-year-old child. It's causing years of therapy.
But by the way, we do that because Joel and I went away for a few days, and when I came home,
I know, was it great?
It was so great to be away, and it was so great to come home. And I was just saying to Haley, I thought about you all the time, and she was like, I thought about you more. I'm like, why am I doing? And we just kept doing it, one-upping each other, and it was
With
just
love.
the sweetest thing.
One-upping each other with love.
Can I tell you something crazy? Okay, you know the song "The Times of Your Life" by Paul Anka. I don't know if that's the exact words. Good morning, yesterday.
Wait, can you sing it?
Good morning, yesterday.
Yes.
So I play that because I like nostalgia in the house. Hope, who's 2, can sing that song with the words. It's nuts. It's nuts. But you realize when you watch your kid, you wake up and time has slipped away. I'm like, why am I playing that song in the house?
Speaking of Joanne LaMarca, who was in that picture,
Yeah.
she always sings the song, You're Gonna Miss
You're
This.
gonna miss this, yeah.
And there was something about taking Mila to this camp I went to as a little girl with my best friend that I met as a little girl at camp. And I always told Mila the first year I didn't have any friends, but as soon as Farrell came, I had a friend. So to take her, and both of us were weepy. And then it was like, my poor child in the back seat was like, what is happening here? But to go back to a place that you loved as a little girl.
Yeah, by the way, that is magic.
It's magic.
I'm
It's
so glad
magic.
you did. Was that a debate whether to do that, or did you know?
No, we
you
were
always
just
knew.
gonna do it.
You always knew.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Okay, the soccer game.
Oh my gosh.
I was dropping, so I didn't see it, but were you watching?
I was watching. I was watching the second half and then the penalty kicks. It was sick. Okay, so it was England versus Italy. We don't have to tell you. It went to penalty kicks, which you cannot believe that's how the Euro Cup
goes.
Goodbye, not you, Nadal. Okay, or who was that? Who was that? Oh, Djokovic. Sorry. It's hard to keep track of all these great tennis stars. But anyway, it
went
went
in overtime?
Oh my gosh! First it was overtime. Nobody scored.
Okay.
And then it was penalty kicks.
Right.
Nothing is scarier than penalty kicks. In the end, it came down that Italy ended up winning. But I FaceTimed my mom after.
Was she watching?
Yes, she wouldn't miss it. But it was hard to realize who won because no one stormed the field because Italy won. And it was like, Mom was like, is it over? Because you can't tell how many kicks they need. But anyway, it was a 19-year-old English player who had to take the last kick. He was only 19 years old, and it was really tough.
There were some heartbroken British fans, including 7-year-old Prince George.
I know.
Who was all
Yeah.
dressed up in a suit.
Oh, I know.
I mean, if that was my kid, he'd be like, you made me wear a suit for this? But look, they look so sad, and I love how he's comforting him.
I know.
All I could think about was Ted Lasso. I know that's not what you're
Wait,
supposed to
what?
think about. Well, Ted Lasso's about soccer. So I was like, if Ted Lasso was there, he'd be giving them a really good speech.
He probably would.
Right? He'd be like, next year.
You know what? That would be good, though. That would be a good thing to hear.
Maybe
what
Ted
would
Lasso
Ted
needs to
Lasso
say
do?
something. Ted Lasso, can you go ahead and say something for those British people?
I think that's a great idea.
Okay.
All right. So Sex and the City, that reboot that everyone's been talking about, it's actually happening.
Yes.
We don't.
And we didn't see any, like you think it'd be a trailer or something. It was just actually this picture right here, and it was captioned, and just like that.
So it's Miranda, Carey, and Charlotte. They're dressed to the nines. It's so New York because it just is. It just, everything about it is. The trash can, the whole thing. It's very New York.
But there is like a feeling, because that's like the, Three Amigos, and you're sort of like, wait, wasn't there a fourth?
I know, Samantha. What do you think she thinks?
I'm sure she feels a little sad or
Well,
left out.
Kim Cattrall's not in it. She didn't want to be, so I mean, they, for whatever reason, I don't remember. But I think she said no thanks.
Okay, but obviously because there's somebody missing, it prompted a lot of memes.
Yeah.
For example, the ladies of Barb and Star.
Oh, Barb and Star. Go to Vista Del Mar.
They'd be good with them.
I like that.
Paddington Bear could have been in fourth.
Where's Paddington?
Oh, he's cute. An Old Navy ad.
Let's see. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Okay.
And what about Charlotte wearing Nicole Kidman's famous green coat? These are weird.
From Undoing. People are, you know what I realized online? People are really creative.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the stuff you read, you just end up cracking up, but brilliant. Like, who would think of that coat?
I'm not sure. But then evidently Today.com added a couple of big Sex and the City fans.
Oh, Jesus.
I actually liked that. I wanted to send it to people because maybe we could just do a cameo or something, right? We're not cool enough.
No, we are like the opposite of cool. They'll be like, no, you're not in our
But
reboot.
Sarah Jessica, if you need somebody to maybe, what could we do? We could be like the people letting them into a restaurant.
Yeah, or just people sitting at the table quietly eating
We
while
will be
they're...
extras. We don't even have to talk.
No, we won't talk.
No.
We'll just...
We could sip Cosmos.
Behind them.
Behind them.
There's got to be room for
Just
two people. It is time for Unscripted. Don't forget, we're on TikTok. So there's something, you know, everything is so trendy on TikTok.
Yes.
And Donna always introduces us
Thank
to what
goodness we have Donna.
I know. So we did a TikTok that is apparently, it's been posted on our TikTok page. And it's supposed to be something, it makes good dancers out of anybody.
It's good for us, right? For those of you that aren't good dancers,
yeah, you'll also wonder, what is this thing? But it's TikTok,
we don't really
so just
know.
watch.
Look.
Alone.
First of all, when Donna showed it to me, I was like, wait, is that it?
I know.
I liked it.
The creator of that, by the way, is Usam Mango on TikTok.
And I think follow Usam, follow us. I think he had tons of followers for that. That
But
was
it's
fun.
funny to do. I mean, they have different people. There was a girl who we saw who was pregnant who did it, and somebody else
so
who
cute.
did. All right.
Speaking of TikToks, the folks from Ritz Crackers recently explained to TikTok, explaining the ridges of these very famous crackers, what these ridges are for. And it turns out it's not just decorative.
It's not? Yeah.
We'll find out.
What people think the edges on Ritz crackers are for. So pretty. Aesthetic. Beautiful scallops. What they're actually for. Cut. Cut. Cut.
Someone made that up. That cannot be true.
That's from the people of
Wait,
Ritz.
was that from the people of Ritz, or was that some
Unfortunately,
lady?
I've already eaten some of this
Okay,
cheese.
let's cut.
but
Does it
let's
really
try.
cut? No one's cutting
Yes,
with their
it does.
cracker.
Wait, I have too much
No,
cheeses.
it doesn't.
Yes, it does, Hoda. You're not trying it.
Okay, mine cracked. It does not work.
Excuse me, do you see this beautiful cheese cut?
Why don't you just rip it with your
Do
finger?
you see that? Because it's scalloped and lovely.
Okay, well, here.
No, thank you.
But is this, but by the way, I could eat a sleeve of Ritz crackers in 1 second. There's something about, right, when you don't even have to chew a Ritz. You
know
just
what
put it in
is?
and suck it.
It's the, I was about to say it's the butter. The suck it part kind of threw me off though. But it's the butter, right? It's the fact that you can suck it too. Are you okay? What happened? I mean, look at Hoda's Ritz. Please look at this. Please take a look at what happened here. I don't know if that's you.
I was trying to cut it and it cracked.
Oh, it did. Well, anyway, I'm glad to know that this is how I'm going to cut my cheese from now on.
Oh, God.
Today Talks continues after the break with an exclusive chat you can only see here on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world. Love it! Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back to Today Talks and our exclusive content you can only see here on Today All Day.
By the way, I think even in the summertime, I think since we both took a little pause, I think it's good to hit the pause button, don't you? Take like a few days.
Did you have a good time just relaxing or not
I have
really?
to say, I did, and it was one of the first times. And I think having the like mommy daddy time is important.
Yes.
And I think it always gets backburnered just because of life and things and needs and all that
well,
stuff.
it's so funny because somebody said this when I first had a baby.
Yeah.
And with it's
Yeah.
true that like family vacations aren't really a
I
vacation
know.
for the mom.
Yeah.
And so to go and do something with just the two of you must have felt like a major reset.
It really did. And there's a funny part of you because I woke up before sunrise every day because I couldn't not. And you immediately think like, what are the kids doing? What are the kids doing? What are the kids doing? Because it was just a couple days, but it was enough that made you think that. So it takes like work to say, okay, let me
choose this.
Yes, and I want to enjoy this moment. Oh, by the way, I read your book, Malibu Rising.
Oh, did you?
I read it. I read it on vacation.
Did you
I
like
read it in a day and a half.
Didn't you love it?
3 people at the place where we were like, I read that. I'm like, because I'm friends with Jenna. I know, because I got the book. Okay, it has her sticker on it.
But that was
by
the
the way,
best beach read.
I read it in a day. I was just like, I couldn't stop. It was so juicy. You were right. Now I have to read all the other ones.
I know, there's more, right? Hell of a Book is the last one. And
what is that one about?
It's so good,
What's that
and it's
one?
kind of hard to explain, but
Yeah.
it's about a author on tour.
Yeah.
And he's flashing, it has dual stories. So they're
Oh.
also at the same time, it's a childhood story, and it's flashing back, and you can't tell if the author is this child or not. It's brilliant. I
How
think
do
you
you
should read
pick?
it.
Like, I was thinking, all your books are great picks. So, like, what do you just give me a
I
little
just
insight
read
in the
all
so,
the time.
So you just read books. Do you ever get like recommendations? Try this one. Do friends
Yes,
say? Okay.
friends, writers give
Writers,
recommendations,
they
but
do.
I have to tell you, I was on a flight home last night, and I was supposed to be reading, but a friend, you had recommended a story called Sex.
No,
a show.
No, it wasn't sex. It was called Lovesick.
You called it Sex
No, I
Ed
didn't.
to me.
No, I did
yes,
not.
Yes, you did.
No, I called it Lovesick because that's what it's called.
You called it
it's
Sex Ed, I swear.
Sex Ed?
Well, I
What?
thought she did, and unfortunately, somebody else who will remain nameless recommended a show called Sex Life on Netflix.
What?
And I downloaded it because I wanted just something
to watch on
I
a
wanted to
plane?
not have to
Mindless?
read. Like I wanted a vacation
So,
from my work.
What was it?
Wow.
Was it total porn? Was it porn?
Yes. And the woman
you were
sitting
on-
next to me was reading like a beautiful book, and I was like,
But you kept watching. You kept watching.
I couldn't
you
help
had to.
it.
Was it good?
I know. But I felt so embarrassed. I mean, it's like reading 50 Shades of Grey, except for it's on the screen.
And people can see it, and especially the people behind
I
you.
feel like when you recommend a show, and I know I'm not
said
blaming it
Lovesick.
on you.
I would never.
You said Sex Ed.
No, I did
yes,
not.
You
I don't
did.
even know what that is.
Well, it's not a show.
It used to be something we took in
Do
high
you
school.
still like Lovesick?
Yeah. Well, Lovesick starts off yucky,
I know,
like when you start
so
it.
I thought it was the same show because of your premise.
Well, the premise is that a guy. I have to say, he goes to the doctor. He's probably in his 30s, and he finds out that he has an STD, and he has to go tell everybody who he's ever slept with that he had that. So each story is a vignette about their love story.
That's why I thought it was the same, because this story is about a woman who has children but keeps thinking about her ex-boyfriend, and it is
okay.
highly inappropriate to watch on an airplane. Okay,
Just on an air. Wait, I like how you qualified.
Well,
on an
if you're in your privacy of your own home, do what you want.
Yes. All right. Well, that's it. Thank you for this episode of Today Talks. Keep watching for more of Today all day. First of all, I just like looking at my screen right now because I'm looking at the mothers of Olympians. I just want to know what it feels like to be in this moment. Kim, let me start with you.
It's totally amazing. It's surreal. So happy that Michaela finally did this and made her dream. It's awesome. We're so excited to be a part of this team. It's a great team.
Gina, you got an Olympic daughter. Come on. That's amazing.
Absolutely amazing, especially because, we've talked about this moment.
Wait. I need to pause. Nellie, I want everyone to pause for a second and look behind Nellie. I see Biles and Childs. Biles and Childs. Biles and Ron. Hey, Ron, it's Olympic moms, babe. This is Olympic moms. Oh my God. Nellie, I know you've been down this beautiful road before, but how does it feel this time around?
It's still a surreal feeling. It's still hard to put in words and hard to describe just how proud I am. And I am sure I'm speaking for all the mothers too. It doesn't get old, so it's not as if, I've been there, done that. It just feels this time around even more special.
Hey, Sandy, your Grace is going to Tokyo. Your Grace is going to be competing for Team USA. Do you ever just sit with that for a second and say, wow, how did that happen?
Yeah, like a million times over, especially with everything she had to overcome this year to even have a shot at coming back. And this team is just full of such amazing talent. It's unbelievable.
Yang, your little girl, I know we talk a lot about your little girl's bond with her dad, but a mother-daughter bond is something that is all by itself. It is so unique. Did you ever imagine that you will be sitting here at the Olympics, you'll be able to watch your daughter compete for Team USA? What is it like to watch your daughter compete?
I'm very excited. I mean, it's kind of surreal, like everybody says, I just couldn't believe that she actually made it, it is a dream of her and finally made it. We're just so excited and I'm so proud. So.
Yang, was she always jumping on furniture? Was Suni always flying through the air?
Yeah, jumping. She's a pretty, she would flip and do around thing, cartwheels everywhere in the house. I would take her to the park and she would be flipping at the park
Flipping.
Too.
Danielle, when your daughter was little, how did you know? How did you know that she wasn't going to be just someone who enjoyed gymnastics, but somebody who might be competing at this level?
I believe she was about 4 years old and her dad and I were watching TV and all of a sudden, whoop, there goes a cartwheel. And we looked at each other and I said, "Did you teach her that?" And he said, "No." "Did you?" And I said, "No." And so I think we kind of knew at that point.
You knew in that minute that that there was something different about her.
Yes. Yeah.
Talent and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. talent, and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
So, Kim, I want you to close your eyes for a second and describe yourself, what you feel like watching your daughter compete.
Well, can I open my eyes? Or
Yeah, you can open them.
Okay. I don't know. This time around was really difficult watching. It was just very, very stressful. But yet, you know, you feel at times like you just want to walk out of the arena and not watch, because it's just that stressful, but yet you don't want to miss it and you just got to be there. And so you just sit there and you hope that they hit their routine, but it's really rough.
Well, I watched Gina move in the stands. Gina, you're moving with Jordan. You're like over here, now I'm over here. Like you're doing everything you can to stay in your seat. How nerve-wracking is it watching your daughter compete?
It's awful. I wish there was a way to support without physically having to watch it. I always say I wish I could just blink my eyes and then know the outcome, but the outcome be good. But yeah, it's been that way since she started as a little level 4, and it just never changed. And I try. Ron actually texted me because he watched me on TV like the following day, and he was like, Gina, what are you doing? And I'm like, no, I can't help it. It just, my body just reacts that way.
Well, you named her Jordan after Michael Jordan. So, I mean, she was destined, don't you think? She was destined for greatness.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It's slightly embarrassing that that's kind of circulated, but it is absolutely the truth. I had waited for one kid to come forward, and my husband was like, okay, you can name her whatever you want. And I said, Jordan.
Jordan, it is. By the way, I love the Biles-Chiles thing, Nellie, and there they were connected. What is it? I mean, I watched them hug. I watched Simone support Jordan. I like the bond between them. Tell us about that.
I believe in the past 2 years, pretty much, Simone has embraced pretty much all the elite gymnasts that are now attending our gym. And as the time has progressed, and again, Jordan looks up to her and asks for advice, and Simone is there. You know, I mean, we're not playing, this is for real. And Simone really pushes, because she pushes herself. And I see her doing the same thing too with Jordan. And that bond has just, I mean, they fight, believe me, they do fight. and then we don't get in the way. I don't get in the way, because the next minute, you know, I mean, they're hugging each other. So you just know that that's a special relationship that they have. And I think the expectation for each of them is very high. Jordan expects a lot from Simone and vice versa. I think it's great.
I do too. Sandy, you're the mother of 6, am I right?
Yes, you are correct.
You got one in the back seat with you because you needed to go somewhere. I keep seeing.
I got rid of the other 2 that were with me, so it's only down to 1.
Well, I keep seeing a hand and a can of soda or something pop up.
Yeah,
or whatever.
He wants to be famous or something. I'm not sure.
Well, you had 6 kids. I'm sure people are looking at this widescreen and saying, "I want to raise an Olympian." Like, what was in the water? What did they do? So, Sandy, what did you do?
Honestly, like, we were just looking for an outlet for Grace, because we found her one day trying to climb the brick on our fireplace, number 1, and like trying to figure out how to sit on top of the mantle. And she was a really shy kid. And so we were just looking for a way for her to like get out and meet other people and not hang on her mom's leg all the time. And the minute she walked in the gym, she's like, I'm home. And her older sister was like, nope, not for me at all.
Wow. So Danielle, what would you say is the secret sauce to raising an Olympian?
Oh boy. Well, both her dad and I coach gymnastics, so we felt like it was important that we didn't force it on her in any way. So pretty much just letting her guide the ship and decide what she wanted to do and how far she wanted to take it.
I'm kind of bumming that we won't be able to be together at the Olympics. I mean, that is breaking my heart. And I was just thinking about you guys, because you've been there for every meet. You've traveled all over the country and in some cases the world. And in this particular moment, you won't be able to be present in the arena to witness this moment. And Kim, I know it was a long time coming for Michaela, but how are you dealing with that?
Yeah, it's not fun. But my older daughter we're going to have a big viewing party the night that they do preliminaries and live stream it. It's going to be late. I think it's going to be like at 11 o'clock our time, but we're going to have a huge party and just get a bunch of people together and watch. So it'll be fun, but it's very disappointing not being able to go. I don't know. It's just been interesting, but this whole COVID thing's been interesting. And for Michaela to even get where she's gotten has been amazing to us. So we're just proud that she made it.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Well, we're so proud of all of you guys. I mean, I'm looking at you and I'm seeing your little girls in your eyes right now, and it's totally blowing my mind. But since you can't be there to hold their hand in the arena, I know that you probably have a piece of advice for them. And maybe it's the same advice you've given them your whole life. I don't know. But if you just had a phrase or something for your little girl before she embarks in this moment, what would it be? Nellie, what would you say to Simone?
I definitely will tell Simone to be the best Simone. I mean, and she understands what that means. So whenever it's her turn to do whatever event, she needs to go out there and do her very best.
You know what's funny? She always says that she's calming you down.
But she is.
she texts you and says, "Mom, I'm good." And you're like, that's the way it works?
That's how it works, because I get very nervous before competition, and Simone really is the one that calms me down. I mean, we would FaceTime me and tell me, "Mom, I'm fine. I'm ready." And it's good to hear her say that, but she reassures me and calms me down, which is great.
I love that. Gina, what about advice for your little girl before she sets out?
You know, something we always tell her dad has a saying that he tells her every single time. And it really sounds like a little kid saying, because we started it when she was little. But he said, "Do your best and forget the rest." And that is, he tells her that every single time she goes out to compete and just in general life. And so we would tell her that, you know, do your best, forget everything else. You've earned this moment. You worked hard for this moment, so you might as well enjoy every aspect of this moment. We're so proud, not because you're an Olympian, but because you're Jordan, and we love you.
Oh, beautiful. Kim, again for Michaela, long time coming. She just missed the team last year. I know this meant the world. In fact, when she made the team, and I remember that moment at trials, she's like, Mom, I did it. Like, I thought that was so cool. She gave you some great words. What words do you have for her?
Our common saying is, you got this. And just go out there and do your best. And when she did say that saying, I couldn't even hear it in the arena. I didn't notice that till like the next day. I'm watching video and I hear that and I just cried several times because it meant so much to her to make this team. I mean, there were a lot of odds against her with everything she went through with the COVID, the pneumonia, and getting back to the point. And it just broke our heart. But anyway, we're so happy. But yeah, just go out there and do it, Michaela. You got this.
I love that. Raise your hand if your daughter has had or has an injury from gymnastics.
Has had?
Everybody has. Every single person. And I mean, just the idea that she may have a hurt ankle or something may be bugging her. I can only imagine as a mother watching that, Yang, is extra difficult. And I know that your daughter, Suni, has been through a lot. You know, your husband was paralyzed from just a horrible fall. You've lost loved ones to COVID. And yet there she stands, back straight.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing that she actually made it this far. Yeah, with everything that is going on with, you know, the family, with her injury, after injury, and I'm just super proud that she actually made it. It's still kind of like, wow, you actually made it, you know? Yeah.
Yang, what advice do you guys give her before she competes?
Using my husband, we do a pep talk with her. She usually do that with us before she goes in competitions. And my husband pretty much gave her like the advice, but I usually just tell her, you know, go out there and have fun, you know? Just do like you always practice, do like the way you practice, and just go out there and have fun. This is it, you know? Just have fun, enjoy, and do the best you can, because it is what it is. I mean,
beautiful.
She's great, yeah. So,
Sandy, what advice do you have for Grace?
Before every competition, I just tell her, you know, go out and enjoy this moment. You work so hard to get here, and just enjoy the whole experience. Take it all in. Enjoy your teammates. Cheer for them. Be like the best cheerleader and the best supporter that you can. And go out there and compete for like an audience of one. Compete for God. Let it, you know, just do it. Show people that you really love what you do, and just have fun.
Yeah, an audience of one. And actually, you're probably kind of right. There will be about an audience of one. Nellie, you've been down this road before. The other parents have not. Do you have any advice for these moms as they kind of walk into this moment?
I believe the best advice would be just to enjoy the moment and just be proud, because I mean, when you look at the amount of kids that have gone this far, our children are the ones that we are watching, that the entire world is watching. and we know that the only reason that they've gotten this far is because they've worked so hard. So just cherish this time and cherish the moment. And whatever the outcome, I always say, whatever the outcome, you know, just be proud of that outcome.
Well, you guys are incredible. I can tell why each and every one of your daughters is going to be on the world stage. They've earned it, and they've had support that I can see it pouring out of you. It's as if you're doing it. So I just want to say, go Team USA.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Talent and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our across-America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Good evening tonight from Geneva, just hours away from his historic summit. Over 16,000 unaccompanied children tonight in custody. What's victory look like in this, or what does improvement look like? It's going to be a challenge to meet that 70% goal. Why is it so challenging?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
All right, guys, first of all, congratulations. We have one former Olympian, and now all you guys are current Olympians. How are you feeling today, Michaela?
I'm feeling great. This is like so unreal.
Are you kind of freaking out?
I'm freaking out inside, yes. So crazy. I've been waiting for this moment forever.
Raise your hand if you're freaking out. Simone, you too?
Yeah, I mean, it's so real. It's been a long journey, and me and Michaela have kind of been on it together, so I'm just happy that we're on the same team and we get to go over there and show what we have.
Simone, I know you, and I've known you for a long time, and I love you dearly and deeply. When I see your emotions on display, I feel you.
Yeah.
I felt you today. I felt you strong. I felt you strong when you were kind of hurting, and I felt you strong when you were feeling it. Just describe how you're feeling this time around.
A little bit more tired this time around. I'm a little bit older, so I get tired quicker. I was really happy, but I was just sad because everybody came out here to watch us, and I didn't give them my best performance. But at the end of the day, it is what it is.
It is what it is. We watched you on the floor, okay? Did you see what happened after your floor routine?
Yeah, they gave me a standing ovation. That was pretty crazy.
The standing O didn't stop.
Yeah.
It kept going and going and going.
It was very sweet.
So how is this one different for you?
I don't know. I feel like going into Rio, I was kind of a kid, didn't really know too much, which there's beauty in going in something blindsided, but now, like, I'm an adult, I know who I am, and I know what my gymnastics bring, so it's just different.
I'm not sure if you were happier when you nailed a landing as you were when your girl, Jordan, made the team.
Yeah.
That hug.
Make me cry again. She worked so hard, and she deserves it, and I'm just happy she got to go out there this whole entire year and prove what she's capable of.
Jordan.
Yes.
You're going to the Olympic Games. You, my friend, are an Olympian. Simone Biles wrapped her arms around you in that moment, and I just thought you were never going to let go. Tell me what it felt like to know you made that team.
It was honestly the most amazing feeling of my life. I already at the beginning was kind of tearing up, but I didn't know what the outcome was going to be, so I just wanted to go out there and really show everybody who I am as a person, and having her by my side 24/7 and giving me encouraging words every day definitely helped, and it was very motivational. I'm very happy to have someone like her.
Y'all are cute. Miles and Childs. Does everyone make the joke? Is that what that part of it? Michaela, you had a tough year, boy. I mean, I know that you went through a lot. I know you had COVID. I know you were hospitalized. I know that you wondered, like, am I ever going to get back to my performing best? Look at you.
I survived. But yeah, it was, I mean, I wanted to give up so many times. I was like, I don't even know if I can do this anymore, but I feel like just having these girls in my family, having my back through it all has really helped me get to where I am
Who's
today,
the oldest one? Is it Simone or is it you?
It's me.
Wait,
Michaela's me by 3 months.
Yeah.
So you're both 24, you're 3 months older, so you no longer have the elder statesman title. Grandma has gone over there.
I feel like we both share. It's like 50-50.
Yeah?
Totally.
Well, you all do kind of care for the other members of your team.
Yeah, of course.
And what do you get out of that, Simone?
We get our youth back. I mean, they keep us going, especially in those workouts in the gym, and we've had such hard times, but seeing the younger ones come up, it's been motivational.
Suni. Oh, Suni, I'm so happy for you.
Thank
I can't
you.
tell you. It just meant the world to me to watch you perform. And I wasn't sure if I was more emotional watching you or watching your dad up there. Did you feel him?
I did. It took me a minute to realize that I was going to the Olympics. But I looked up there and I knew that he was very emotional, and so was the rest of my family.
Well, I loved in one of your interviews you said you didn't describe it as your dream, you said it was our dream.
Yeah. This has been our dream for the longest, basically since I was a baby.
he's been by my side through everything, and he's gone to all my competitions with me. So to have him here at the Olympic trials with me is something that was so amazing, especially because they can't go to the actual Olympics, which really sucks. But
it really does suck.
Yeah.
You're bumming about your parents not being able to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so this is the last they're going to see of you until you get your medals, right?
Yeah.
Until you come home with your medals.
Go
I feel
out
like
there.
there's a lightness with you guys that I remember it in Rio, but it feels even a little lighter. Like, I don't know.
Definitely.
It's like everyone seems to really want to have fun. And is that what you're feeling, Michaela, too?
I mean, especially coming from college, like that's all we did. And so it's kind of been fun to see that more, especially since, Marta's been gone and with the new generation. And I feel like we're just really enjoying our gymnastics. which is
Come
awesome.
on, Jade. Jade's going to the Olympics. Oh my gosh, has that just sunk in? I mean, your dad's coaching you. You're going to the Olympic Games.
Yeah, I'm really excited, and I'm really glad that I have my dad to share it with. He's been my coach for the longest time, and I'm just really happy that we're going to be there together.
That is true. So your dad's going to be, is that your dad the only parent who's going to be there? Yeah, right, because he's coaching.
so.
Yeah. Well, your dad's going to have to share and help out with everybody. So how are you guys going to, make sure that you're straight when it comes time for competition? Because we all have our posse, our group. I would imagine, Simone, that the group's going to rely on each other even more than before.
Yeah. Of course, and we'll have so many repetitions. And I remember in Rio, it was like you did so many, you almost can't mess up at that point. So I'm not worried. Once we get over there, we're set. I mean, this is just the beginning of our journey.
Michaela, this dream, some dreams take a long time. Some happen overnight, and some take a while, but as they always say, your dream is right on time. So as you venture out and you realize that you're about to step into a big dream, how will you sleep tonight? What will you be thinking about?
I don't think I'll be sleeping. Especially if I have to get up super early, so probably no sleep. But, even after last Olympics, being so close to it, I'm really glad that I never gave up my dream and I kept going and have pushed myself to come back for this Olympics, and it was definitely worth it, and it paid off. And even to be here with Simone again, being like the grandmas of the team, I think it's definitely helped push us as well, too. Because with the younger ones, it is true, you're older, your gymnastics better, but it's harder the older you get. So these young ones have definitely pushed our buttons a little bit. It's crazy to have my dreams finally come true.
Well, I can't tell you how happy I am for you guys. And to do it in this arena, it was a sellout. They say that it may have been the biggest Olympic trial crowd ever.
Yeah.
Wow. And it felt like being at a concert. I mean, it was wild. So when we get to the Olympics, it's not going to be like that. You're not going to have that. Do you think it will affect how you perform, Simone?
Personally, I thrive under pressure, so I'm a little bit worried how it's going to affect me once we get over there.
All right. You guys have any other thoughts as you head off to the Olympic Games in Tokyo?
I think they're just
think
ready to
I think I blacked out. I don't know.
You blacked out?
Kind of speechless.
You're speechless. Well, and how do you, I know not everybody got to be sitting in these chairs. Is it kind of a bummer when you see your fellow teammates who didn't make the team?
I mean, it's the hardest team to make in the world, so we're all proud of everybody that even made it this far. How many people can say they went to Olympic trials? So, I mean, we're just proud of our teammates.
Oh my God, your lives changed. Just like that. Just like that. Jordan, just like that.
Just like
Are you really
that.
named after Michael Jordan?
I am.
Okay, I just had to confirm. I don't know, I thought it was a rumor. I wasn't sure.
I am. My mom had a big obsession over him, and with everything that she was going through, my dad finally said she could name a child after her famous basketball player, so that was me.
Well, Chick and the rest of
Oh
you
my
guys.
gosh.
Oh, I know your nickname too. You guys, we are going to be cheering you on. You may not have your moms and your dads and your friends, but you'll have us.
We
so
have photos.
look for me.
This is
I
a
will
dream
be
come true.
cheering
I'm
you
like,
on all the way.
thank
Go
you.
get them!
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day. All day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played?
The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, you gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts. Cold Cut, Cold Cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today, with simple exercises to strengthen your heart. Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay. Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today All Day.
Butchery is seen as this really large-scale brute force thing, and it takes a lot of physical strength, but a lot of it is also really intricate and small, kind of meditative moments. Sausage making being one of those things.
The color is still really nice.
Yeah, it looks beautiful. I'm Cara Nicoletti. I'm a fourth-generation butcher and co-founder of Seymour Meats and Veggies. I want butchers in the future to not be scared of people eating less meat. I just think that we need to get a little bit more creative about our job. Everyone, the food is ready. The mission really is to make it easier and more fun for people to eat well. It turns out that adding vegetables, making that meat stretch farther, democratizes good meat, if you will, makes it more available to more people.
They're just so good.
My family's history in butchery started with my great-grandfather. He was a cattle merchant in Russia. That was where my great-grandpa started working in the meat industry. And then he opened a shop in the north end of Boston in the 1940s with some of his family. When my grandpa was 13, him and his brother, Bobby, started working in the shop and eventually took it over. Is that you?
That's me.
Yeah.
That's Bob.
I'm Seymour Solet, and I'm a retired butcher. Both of us went to work helping my dad in the meat market. My brother and I were partners until the day he passed away a couple of years ago.
This was the store.
Wow.
65 Salem Street.
I had 3 daughters. I never thought that my girls would be interested, and they weren't. My daughters used to bring the children into my office for me to take care of them while they went out and did things. And Cara always wanted to go into the smelly room.
I was, out of my sisters and my cousins, probably the most curious about what they were doing in the shop. Growing up, I always wanted to sort of like peek behind the curtain and see. I graduated in 2008. The economy collapsed. I was working at a restaurant as a baker, and one of the owners, who also had a grandfather who was a butcher, was like, if you ever want to do some like light butchery work, breaking down chickens and pork shoulders and stuff, let me know. So I started doing that, and it sort of like sparked an interest in me. So I started apprenticing for free. I did that for about a year and then left to go butcher full time. I remember calling my papa, Seymour, when I got my first apprenticeship. I could tell that he was hoping like it was something that didn't stick.
Well, I said, this is the funniest story, the funniest joke. You're joking with me and everything else. And she said, no.
I really have my entire working life worked with my hands, and I enjoy that much more.
I trusted her and believed in her. As a matter of fact, I gave her some of my tools.
This is Papa's, Seymour's honing steel that he gave me. As soon as I started butchering full-time, I gravitated toward sausage making immediately, and I realized pretty early on that I had hit on an idea. As much as I believe in regenerative agriculture and all of that, there's just no way to sustainably eat meat every single night of the week. So I started sneaking a lot of vegetables into my sausages. I had set out to make 40 pounds of sausages, and after I'd mixed it all together, I weighed out the mix, and it was like 70-something pounds. I had essentially doubled my meat by adding vegetables to it. When I was working at Foster's and just couldn't physically keep up with the demand was when I realized that it definitely was a scalable idea. It's been the last 2 years of working nonstop trying to get this to market. I went to close to 100 co-packers asking them if they would help me, and every single one of them said no, because what we're doing is more complicated. We finally found one co-packer outside of Kansas City, Missouri, the Phantasmas, and flew out to go see them, and they were like, sure, we'll try it.
Hey!
Hi!
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Hi! I really owe everything to them because they saw something in me, and they saw something in my idea that they thought was worth taking a risk on. I was making Lou and Mario peel beets and dice them in the thing that makes bologna.
I believe it was the challenge. We never done sausage with vegetables and meat combined at the amounts that she was looking for.
We immediately saw the drive that she had, the passion she had about the sausages she made.
We've always wanted to work with a sausage queen.
Oh my gosh!
Vivi, do you want to help me prep some vegetables?
We went back and forth about the name for a long time. We had a few different iterations that just didn't stick, and I always wanted it to be Seymour.
These are cooking up fantastic. Look at those. They're just cooking up.
Gorgeous.
Gorgeous. I love her, and I said to her, no, don't call it Seymour Meats and Vegetables. I wanted her to call it something like Cara's Kitchen, because it really, it's her. And of course I am humbled by what she did, and I'm very emotional about that.
We are all obsessed with Seymour. We love him and use him as a model of positivity and gratitude.
That's delicious.
So this is about honoring my whole family.
The truth of the matter is, Cara revolutionized the sausage business.
Make no mistake, this was not an easy process, and I almost quit many, many, many times.
Cara went to Whole Foods and they bought her product immediately. I mean, I can lie awake at night thinking how remarkable it is that she was able to achieve that, and I'm very proud of her.
Butchering is a really, really difficult job with very little financial payoff, but I would not do anything differently. Women make really good butchers and really good cooks, really good chefs. I think the more of us that are in this industry, the better.
I understand what it takes to accomplish what she's accomplished. And let me tell you, it is no easy feat. And it didn't happen overnight for Cara. And it's just the beginning as far as I'm concerned.
I love you so much.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Oda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you. Cheers. We've been watching Chanel bust a move all morning.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
Jenna, nearly 2 miles in the air.
Your Gampy would be so proud.
Oh, thank you, Al.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Oda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you. Cheers. We've been watching Chanel bust a move all morning.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
Jenna, nearly 2 miles in the air.
Your Gampy would be so proud.
Oh, thank you, Al.
There are a few things that make me happier than physically farming. Big, sweaty, kind of brutal tasks. I think I've always known in some form that this farm and this work around connecting people and land needed to exist.
You wanna be free of your anxiety, just so catchy. I think the wind likes it.
My name is Leah Penniman, and I'm the founding co-director at Soulfire Farm in Grafton, New York. Soulfire Farm is a Black Indigenous-led community farm that's dedicated to ending racism in the food system and training up the next generation of activist farmers. Between 1% and 2% of farms are Black-owned, which is down from a peak of 14% of Black-owned farms in 1910. And this is not because Black folks don't want to farm. This is because of a whole legacy of discrimination, of institutional racism. I grew up in a small rural town called Ashburnham, Massachusetts. I'm the oldest of 3, and we were, for most of our childhood, the only brown kids in our entire school. And we experienced just a lot of social exclusion and racial bullying. It ranged from taunting, being called names, to assumptions about our intelligence. The land and the forest were a salvation for me. I attended every single farming conference that I could afford to go to. But by my late teens, early 20s, I started to get disillusioned because I'd look around at these farming conferences and all the presenters were white, and I looked around and there was only a handful of people of color. A mentor of mine said something so important to me at that time. She was just like, look, don't give up. I know that right now it seems like you're out of place, but remember that our ancestors have been farmers for millennia, and that our ancestors built the agricultural system of this country on their backs. I was really grateful that she was there and encouraged me to stick with it. My partner Jonah and I were living in the south end of Albany, New York with our then infant children, Nashima and Emmett. And despite our master's degrees and over a decade of farming experience, found it impossible to get fresh food for our children. There were no supermarkets, no farmers markets, no available community garden plots. The only food is a corner store, a liquor store, and a McDonald's. This system of segregation is termed by the government a food desert. To us, there's nothing natural about apartheid. So we call it what it is, it's food apartheid. It comes out of a legacy of redlining and housing discrimination, of divestment from communities of color, and has resulted in the situation today where if you're white, you're 4 times as likely to have a supermarket on your block than if you're Black. You're more likely to have diabetes, heart disease, and other diet-related illnesses. Not because you don't know how to eat, but because there is a scarcity of affordable, culturally appropriate, quality food that's accessible. And so we worked to establish a community garden right on the corner plot near our home. So when our neighbors found out that we knew how to farm, they encouraged us to start the Farm for the People, and the idea for Soulfire Farm was born. We purchased the land in 2006, and it took us 4 years to transform this marginal, degraded, and vacant land into human habitat and suitable farmland. And we opened the farm in 2011 with a small food distribution program that went right to our neighbors in the South End. A couple thousand folks roll through here every year to attend our farm training programs.
The rest of you are just going to contemplate and pray for the strawberries' happy homemaking.
There are 8 of us working here on the farm. We have an amazing team. We have a number of day-long programs and week-long camps for youth who are interested in farming, and a whole lot of community days and workshops on particular skills. It's really whatever our community is asking us for, we do our best to provide. Our most popular is the week-long BIPOC Fire, stands for Black Indigenous People of Color Farming in Relationship with Earth. We have folks coming from 37 states and 3 countries this year, Spanish and English speakers, young and old. And we spend a week together doing hands on the land training. We have a number of courses on business management, marketing, as well as crop planning. If you count everyone who's gone through any program, we have over 10,000 alumni. We provide ongoing and forever mentorship. We hook folks up with jobs, land, fellowships, and other opportunities. You know, land is the place where the lynchings, the beatings, the enslavement, the sharecropping took place. And so there's no way to escape the trauma associated with that. And so a big part of what I and we are trying to do at Soulfire is to reach back across the narrative of the hundreds of years of land-based oppression to Cleopatra's, compost piles and the raised beds of the Ovambo people in Namibia, to reach back to the work of Dr. George Washington Carver, creating regenerative agriculture, and Dr. Booker T. Watley with Farm to Table. So to really reclaim the dignity of it is super important. If we can't feed ourselves, we can't truly be free.
All right, so everyone who's part of the tour, just come a little closer. We'll go ahead and get started. We're gonna travel around the farm together, get a chance to visit some of the sacred sites, hear the stories, and you can ask your questions as well as we go. So follow me this way.
Community Farm Day is our monthly public event where volunteers come from all around the region to share in the labor of the land, to have a potluck lunch, and then to participate in a tour and Q&A session. It's the one time that the farm's open to the public.
Now, what's very important with strawberries is that their meristem or growth point is right here. So what do you think happens if you bury that?
Drowning.
It will not grow.
We have a bunch of different teams working on different tasks, including transplanting the fall strawberries, cleaning and curing the garlic and onions, harvesting potatoes, removing some of the materials and supplies that we're done with for the season. And Jonah will be working with some volunteers, many of whom have traveled 3 or 4 hours just to get here today. We have a lot of teens that come through the farm, and not all of them are going to be farmers, but they see folks who look like them following their dreams and being their own bosses and running their own institutions. What matters to me is that they can see a wider vision of what's possible for their own lives.
This is what we're trying to get to, so it's great to see it in person. Yeah, it's a goal. It makes my heart flutter. Like, honestly, I'm so inspired.
When I say 5, you say minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Until lunch, which means you should please help all the teams clean up and put everything away.
She tried to.
It looks like she's like,
We do doorstep delivery of vegetables, eggs, pastured meat, and herbs, and folks can actually pay for that using their EBT benefits. The vast majority of people say that having those vegetables has made a huge difference in their health, whether that's a reduction in blood pressure or cholesterol or overall sense of well-being. And especially for our lower income members, many of them say if it wasn't for those vegetables, they'd literally be eating ramen and boiled pasta and canned foods because they simply don't have anywhere to get fresh food like we offer. There's nothing that makes me happier than seeing our alumni farm. So for example, Dallas Robinson in North Carolina just recently opened the Harriet Tubman Farm. Folks like Keisha Cameron outside of Atlanta, Georgia at High Hog Farm. Fundamentally, I want to create a different kind of educational environment for young people that I never got to experience, where you can go ahead and be proud to be a soil nerd, and you also will have your culture uplifted, your heritage uplifted, and be affirmed for who you are and encouraged to pursue your wildest dreams.
I see Leah and I like stand there and I listen to her and I'm just in complete awe. Like I feel a physical reaction in my body and I just want to like be quiet and listen.
I've had mixed feelings in the past around doing public speaking. It always seemed like the real work was here on the farm, and then I'd go out and just talk about the real work. And something shifted for me when I witnessed how many people who heard our talks then went on to join a program to learn how to farm, or did something like give away their land to a Black farmer. It's really an honor and pleasure to be here with all of you. I feel excited, I feel deeply pleased to talk about two of my favorite things, which are the earth and the ancestors and what they want us to be up to.
Skull caps, you're gonna grow so strong. So we wrote this song. It's gonna help.
Our waiting list for our training programs is years long. Our people are yearning, right? Some of us confuse the scene of the crime, which was the land, with the crime. But the fact is the land has always had our back. In fact, we survived because of that connection with the land. My hope is that we spread our love, our knowledge, our resources out through the network of Black and brown farmers so that, 10, 20 years from now, people will be like, wait, what's Soulfire again? Because there's literally right around the corner a Black and brown led teaching farm, so that it becomes so commonplace that we have to remind our children about a time when all the land was white owned and a time when all the farmers were exploited, because that's become such a distant memory.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Talent and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Talent and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm here at Vermilion. It's a restaurant in downtown Chicago. They specialize in Latin and Indian food. I'm going to tell you about all these mouth-watering dishes in just a minute. But first, I want to introduce you to a group of 4 women restaurateurs who formed a sisterhood, and they're helping hundreds of women across the country, keeping their women-owned restaurants open. Plus, we're going to talk about a way that you can help some of these restaurants in your own cities as well.
In one word, what does it take to be a woman restaurateur?
Guts. I think a sense of humor.
Resilience.
Flexibility.
For these 4 women, the COVID crisis crippled their livelihoods. They struggled to keep their dining rooms open as restaurants shut down in cities across the country.
7 of the 10 restaurants on my block are closed.
Rohini Day, mother of 2 and owner of Vermilion Restaurant in Chicago, thought COVID might shatter 18 years of work she put into her restaurant.
4 months was a complete abyss of trying to figure out, do I even want to be in this industry, given the safety issues, given the trauma to our staff, all laid off, trying our best to support them.
But she took action, creating Let's Talk. What is Let's Talk?
Let's Talk is an action-led movement of women business owners who own restaurants, and our goal is to help each other survive this crisis and to grow in the long term.
What started as a small group of women restaurant owners in the Windy City now includes more than 350 female restaurant owners nationwide.
I'm just blown away at what we've done in this small little time.
I spoke with Rohini and Let's Talk members in Boston, Atlanta, and Oakland.
How many of you at any point thought you might lose your restaurants? Everybody?
It's just, I never thought this could happen, where we would be in this type of position.
And to be honest, I still am not out of the woods. I just keep moving forward and hoping for the best.
During the pandemic, an estimated 110,000 restaurants closed for good. That's 17% of the nation's eateries. And according to the National Restaurant Association, some 2.4 million restaurant employees are still out of work.
I had no idea if it was going to reopen again.
May German and her husband Nelson had opened a new restaurant in Oakland just days before the pandemic hit.
Hitting our 1-year anniversary, but our dining room has only been open for 14 days. We were really thrilled to join Let's Talk.
For these women, Let's Talk serves as a resource and a sisterhood to share ideas for how to keep going.
That learning from each other is such a core part of Let's Talk. So every call that we have, we walk away with 10 to 15 different ideas.
We also tried everything under the sun. You know, we sold meal kits, we did virtual cooking demos and cocktail classes.
How important is it to have other people that you can lean on?
The restaurant industry for years has been male dominated. So to be a woman in this industry, you're already coming in knowing that you're going to be fighting an uphill battle. The camaraderie that we have together has only helped to, I think, position us and make us stronger.
For women like Deborah and Jen, this organization has been a lifeline.
It was a new village for me, and a village surrounded around women restaurateurs, which I have never had.
We have cross-colored lines, diversity is everywhere, cultures from all over the world are in existence. Going to make sure each other gets out of this okay.
Hey guys, you can help women-owned restaurants all across the country by purchasing a meal through Let's Talk. You'll have it on International Women's Day, which is coming up Monday, March 8th. And you can find out all those details on today.com. I want to bring in Rohini Day. She's here. This is the founder of Let's Talk and also the owner of this restaurant. Rohini, phones are starting to ring already. I love it. Tell us about all this food. Where does it come from and how do people get a taste of it?
Vicky, so lovely to be here. This is just an example of what we're doing in Chicago for our International Women's Day dinner. Anything from my Indian Latin to Mexican to Vietnamese to Ethiopian, the gamut. Now, can you imagine a surprise multi-restaurant tasting menu led by your leading women restaurateurs, not just in Chicago, but in 9 different cities? I mean, what could be a better celebration? In pairing with a conversation with us on power and positive collaboration.
Rohini, when do people have to order by? And give us an idea of what's the menu starting price.
Yeah, so the price ranges by city. And it starts at $55 for a course of 4, a surprise dinner, to anywhere to a course of 10 for $150. And so this is going to be an extravagant way to support your women restaurateurs and feast.
I love it. And they'll get the meal on Monday. So Rohini, before I let you go, there is one more thing. If you don't mind, could you take the lid off of this little silver dish here? And then could you just read what's on the card for me, please?
Absolutely. I did want to remind your viewers to please order by tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Tomorrow, get those orders in.
Now this is something that's been served by today to us, so I have no idea. And so I'm just going to read it.
Yes, please.
Uber Eats was so inspired by your work that they decided to make an initial $10,000 contribution to the National Restaurant Association's Educational Foundation to support Let's Talk and women-owned restaurants like yours. Unbelievable. Thank you so much. That's the kind of tangible contribution we need. We urge all your viewers to back us, find us, support us. Thank you so much for showcasing us. And
welcome. It has been a pleasure, and I know how hard the restaurant industry has been hit. And as we talked about, half of people know a restaurant that they love has shut down during this pandemic. So order takeout, order catering, and support, especially for women-owned restaurants. Thank you so much.
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Oda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
Cheers.
We've been watching Chanel bust a move all morning.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
Jenna, nearly 2 miles in the air.
This is amazing! Yes!
Your Gampy would be so proud.
Oh, thank you, Al.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Good evening tonight from Geneva, just hours away from his historic summit. Over 16,000 unaccompanied children tonight in custody. What's victory look like in this, or what does improvement look like? It's going to be a challenge to meet that 70% goal. Why is it so challenging?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
This season has been a blockbuster for the folks at Saturday Night Live, starting with their take on the election and the Florida recount.
Hey, Kathy. I've been thinking about my cabinet. Who do you think would make a better Secretary of the Interior? Nolan Ryan or The Rock?
You're thinking too hard, George. You look tense.
Heck, I just can't wait till all this president junk is over with next week, so I can go back to hunting and executing.
Next week? You know you have to be president for 4 years.
What? That blows! I'm gonna kill Dick Cheney! He told me it was like winning a fishing contest. You get a trophy, you take a picture, and then you're done.
The season wraps up tomorrow night with actor Christopher Walken as the guest host. Will Ferrell is an SNL regular and plays President Bush, obviously. Duh, we really needed that on that introduction, didn't we, Bill?
I'm the guy who does that, by
anyway,
the way.
how are you?
Just to clear all the confusion.
You know, I've seen that clip, Will, I think 6 times, and I still
get a chuckle.
Don't you? I mean,
yeah, I mean, we had some good luck this year.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say that the season pretty much wrote itself.
Yeah.
You had so much good material happening with the election and then the aftermath of the election, so it was very fortuitous, wasn't it?
It was pretty amazing. It was, I mean, it was at times, you know, shooting fish in a barrel, but no, I mean, if you know, if you would have told me at the beginning of the year that I'd be sitting on the Today Show right before our last show, I'm playing the president, all that stuff, I would have said, I don't know.
Well, it's really raised your profile in a pretty incredible way.
It has. In fact, Ricky Martin's not doing the second song. I am. just to make sure we all know that. Yeah.
Have you picked out what song you're going to sing?
I'm still thinking of it.
Yeah, good. But when you walk around, Will, people stop you on the street and talk to you, and that didn't happen to you so much before, sort of pre-BB, before Bush.
Yeah. Well, you know, being on Saturday Night Live and being in late night television, it's a little like dog years. You know, it takes like 7 years to equal 1 year of recognition in a way. So you know, every year I've been on the show, the recognition's been a little bit more, but this year was like just a complete jump. And I even had I was in Los Angeles in Koreatown at a completely Korean restaurant, with Korean friends, and the Korean waitress came up and was like, George Bush. Yeah, and I mean that, you know it's far-reaching when
You've penetrated all
Yeah,
demographics, haven't
pretty
you?
much, so.
You were invited to go to the White House.
Yeah.
And you declined.
Yeah.
How come?
I was working on my golf game. Yeah, and you don't get in the way of that, you know, especially with the backswing. I mean, Matt knows about that. You know, you got to work on the backswing and the follow-through. So.
And you had to rearrange your sock drawer too, I understand.
Pretty much
No,
that,
there was a reason you didn't want to get too close to your subject.
Right, I kind of...
it wasn't a political statement
No,
you were making.
I just you know, I kind of feel like we you know, if I didn't want to, you know, we kind of are equal opportunity offenders on the show in terms
right,
of
because you made plenty of fun of Bill
Clinton.
Daryl did a great job of that.
And so I just feel like if you kind of know the subject that you're portraying, you may you may feel a little weird in terms of what kind of comedy you want to do. So.
It was funny because Daryl was disappointed since he portrayed Al Gore in the campaign and you portrayed George Bush. He was very disappointed. He said professionally for himself that Al Gore didn't win. And you were you like, score?
I rub it in every day.
You do.
I'm just like, Daryl, guess who's the prez?
You also did a great job impersonating Janet Reno, and in an incredible display of good sportsmanship.
Yes.
Janet Reno herself came on the show.
And it was her idea, too.
And we've got some B-roll of you actually dancing, doing the Janet Reno, which has become a very popular dance at clubs across the country, I understand. But
there's
Were you surprised when she said she was willing to do this?
Completely. And she was such a good sport, and as you can tell by that ovation, she was like a rock star.
She really was, because I mean, you mocked her mercilessly during the season.
Now, by transitive theory, since I look like
your dress,
Janet Reno, and I play President Bush, Bush could actually dress as Janet Reno if he wanted to.
Now that would be something to see.
What do you do when you get sad?
I just dance. Now hit it!
She was.
Did you enjoy meeting her?
Oh, it was amazing. It was one of the highlights of my time on the show, and she was. I had all my family there, and she talked to all of us, and we had this great discussion on the value of comedy in terms of making fun of our political system, and how she thought that was just so important to be able to kind of poke fun at our leaders, and she's a hero. Yeah.
Now another hero in your life is your mom. You all did a Mother's Day special, and your mom took part. Let's take a quick look.
Okay.
I can't believe it. It's Mother's Day. Everyone goes to a lot of trouble and expense to fly their mothers out here to New York to do a Mother's Day special. And you show up 3 hours late because you've been out all night drinking. I was worried sick. No phone call, no nothing. I hope you had a good time.
I did have a good time.
What's that? Smart mouth?
You didn't have to do much convincing to get your mom, Kay Farrell, to come on the show.
No,
Kay,
she's
come
right
on
here.
down or come on up real quick and say a quick hi. How are you? It's so nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you.
Thank
too.
you
Have
for
a
coming
seat.
by.
What a surprise.
Do you get as big a kick out of your son as we do?
Oh, certainly.
Yeah?
I surely do.
And every time he imitates President Bush, do you feel so proud?
I do. But I also laugh my head off. I think he does such a good job.
Well, he's doing really well. You've just finished a couple of movies, right, Will?
Yes, Kevin Smith movie, Jay and Silent Bob Strikes Back, which comes out August 24th, and then Zoolander with Ben Stiller that'll come out in the fall.
Well, congratulations on all
Thank
your
you.
success. Tell everybody up at SNL we said hi. Looking
sure will.
forward to this Saturday with Christopher
Walken
as the guest host. He's
and
pretty...
Weezer, your favorite band.
I love them.
Yes,
Weezer's on
yes.
it? Oh, no kidding.
We can maybe get you in.
Really? Okay. Well, let's talk after the show.
Okay,
I'll
fine.
give you an extra donut or something.
Fine, okay.
Anyway, Will and Kate, nice to see you.
Nice to meet you.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
To find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world. Love it! Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The start of the 1970s was the heyday of the Scotch swilling and cigarette smoking anchorman. As the decade progressed, women began to make their way onto the airwaves, much to the anger of their old school colleagues. The upcoming film Anchorman brings this battle of the sexes to the big screen and shows the conflict in all its raw emotion. Here's a scene in which San Diego's Ron Burgundy clashes with colleague Veronica Corningstone over a videotape machine in the newsroom.
Mr. Burgundy, I'm a professional, and I would like to be able to do my job.
Well, big deal. I am very professional.
Mr. Burgundy, you are acting like a baby.
I'm not a baby. I'm a man. I am an anchor man.
You are not a man. You are a big fat joke.
I'm a man who discovered the wheel and built the Eiffel Tower out of metal and brawn. That's what kind of man I am. You're just a woman with a small brain. With a brain a third the size of us. It's science.
And making his big screen debut, Ron Burgundy was lucky enough to be cast to play himself. He joins us this morning. Ron, good morning.
Hello, Katie.
You know,
good morning to you.
Thank you very much. You know, all Veronica Corningstone wanted to do was use the videotape machine in the newsroom. Do you think you were overreacting?
Was I overreacting? Is that the question?
Yes, that is the question.
Look, you've been in a newsroom before. Things get heated.
Audiences fell in love with Will Ferrell in such hits as Anchorman and Old School, and Nick Offerman continues to win accolades, God only knows why, for his role as Ron Swanson on NBC's Parks and Recreation.
So together, there is no doubt these two will make comedy magic. They are starring in this funny new movie. It is called Casa de mi Padre. It's in Spanish. Just take a look.
Do you speak American?
No, señor. No habla americano.
Y yo pienso que sí. Puedes ayudarme. Hago una llamada y 10 helicópteros vienen sobre ese cerro y hacen de tu rancho un pedo encendido.
And they are
here.
They're here. They're in body.
What's going on with the
It's so
robes?
relaxing here. I don't know what it is. It is. It's the whole place is like a spa.
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Talent and perseverance inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Good evening tonight from Geneva, just hours away from his historic summit. Over 16,000 unaccompanied children tonight in custody. What's victory look like in this, or what does improvement look like? It's going to be a challenge to meet that 70% goal. Why is it so challenging?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sherlock Holmes. Not exactly like no one's ever done it before.
Well, we decided
the most beloved characters in English literature.
I'm not familiar with any other versions.
Really?
This was new territory for me. I was like, let's do something fresh.
Yeah.
And I knew the kids are going to love.
Yeah.
Right? And here we are. Yeah.
Yeah, we decided that the most famous characters in English literature needed an American revamp by Will and I, but we still kept it English.
We still kept it English. Yeah, I mean, I think it was time for our turn at Holmes and Watson.
Look, the truth is, these movies, the stories are so perennial and favorite. What am I trying to say? This is our first interview together, Harry. I don't have my sound bites together yet. Give me a second.
It's all about Brexit. It's all about Brexit.
Yeah, it's an allegory.
Because of Brexit, we thought, let's do Holmes and Watson.
Because it's the pulling apart.
Yes.
And the coming back together again. Yeah,
right.
of course.
You know, what I was going to say was Sherlock Holmes is such a beloved series of stories because, I mean, look at like CSI, all these kind of detective shows or behind the scenes or forensic analysis shows. That's all Sherlock Holmes. And people, there's something about when you present, like it's almost like when you lose your glasses or something, which I'm sure you do once a day, at least, Harry, right?
Yeah.
You go, you are not satisfied until you find those glasses. And
that's right.
And Will's got them.
You want to see something really cool?
Yes, please.
Whoa. That's amazing.
Right? Middle-aged cool guy.
All right.
When I walk into a restaurant, people are like, right this way, Mr. Farrell. Yeah.
Yeah. You don't have to pull your phone out
No.
and
No,
light
you
up the
don't.
whole place.
They don't even have to turn the lights on at the restaurant. You can find your way there.
If there's ever a blackout, power outage, I'm ready to go.
The apocalypse.
Even though these are really hard to turn on and off.
Yeah.
They hurt your fingers.
Wow.
Speaking of glasses.
I'm going to stop trying to make actual points about the movie and just go with the convo, I think.
Several points. I thought being so true to the text was very important, the Conan Doyle text, because there's cocaine use, morphine use, all of which were legal when those things were
way,
written.
this stuff is very ripe for comedy because the Victorian era had all kinds of weird hang-ups and misconstrued ideas about science and health and
spiritualism.
Yeah.
They
believed you could feel someone's skull and tell like what their personality was. Like, it's crazy.
So yeah, we took license with all of that.
Yeah. The English accents, I thought, I'm sure you probably went to England and found the very best.
The best of the best.
Accent teacher.
Yes.
And they would not work with us.
They were busy.
We just went for it on our own.
They were busy.
We just went for it.
They were busy.
Right.
I think it's so funny how so many British actors do American accents, and it's no big deal.
Right.
And we did British accents.
Yeah.
Stop the presses. Stop the presses. We wanted to have a parade every day. But no, we were in there, swinging away.
Yes.
Yes.
No question.
Yes.
I thought I heard a little bearologist in the English.
A bearologist?
That's just a bad old reference. We can
okay.
sketch that could never get on television.
Yes. Right.
Okay.
Right.
So when you're working together, who breaks up more on set?
Gosh.
I don't know if there's any scientific analysis on that. I'd say it's a 50-50 split.
Yeah. First man tickled.
But it's
tickled goes.
It's not on the big joke moments. It's not the moments where the rest of the crew may be laughing or.
I remember a specific thing in Step Brothers where it was not some big laugh line that I had. It was like Will had cut himself on the bunk beds and I was like, what are we going to do? And he just went real seriously, it's a waiting game. Like, and I just lost it. I got very good at like not laughing because like Judd Apatow would have the greatest advice when we're doing Talladega. He's like, well, if you laugh, you ruin the take. So you want to ruin the take? He's like, oh, right.
We pride ourselves on hanging in there as long as we can. But there was a moment in this film where there's a moment in the film where the first selfie is taken. Holmes and Watson create the first selfie, and through a set of circumstances, trying to get a better angle, we happen to knock out the Queen. We're taking this photo with the Queen Victoria, and we don't know. We think we've killed her, and we don't know what to do with the body, and it turns into a very slapstick moment where we're trying to
stuff the Queen's body
this
into a trunk.
dummy into a trunk. And at one point, I just started punching the behind, but I was very serious. I was not trying to get a laugh. I was just thinking, what would he do in a moment of panic?
Of course, punch her in the butt. That's what you do to get someone in the trunk.
And so that I got John on that one.
I was hyperventilating. I thought I was gonna pass out. Yeah, I tell you, it's a joy. It's a very effortful day at work with this guy every day because you gotta go for it. He follows an idea, you gotta go for it. But it's so much joy, man. What a great joyful day at work these movies are to make. I have to say,
absolutely.
So, do you at all feel guilty about the thousands and thousands and thousands of men who every time Step Brothers.
Erectile
is this
not that part?
Oh, no.
Not that part. Not that part. You're not responsible.
Okay.
For that. Thousands of men who spend endless
Trying to quit
hours.
smoking? Is this the Ray Liotta ads? The
You're gonna get there.
Genetics?
We're gonna get there.
Okay, fine.
We're gonna get there.
Okay.
Who, with their sweatpants and T-shirts and beer in hand,
right,
watching Talladega Nights and Step Brothers.
Yeah.
Every time it comes on cable. Every single time. Thousands. They know the lines word by word. They know verbatim.
They know the lines better than we do.
I have people sidle up to me at airports and go, "Do you like guacamole?" What? Yes, I do. Oh, the movie. Right. Sorry.
I had a woman pull up next to me and go, "Why are you so sweaty?" And I literally had just gone on a bike ride. I'm like, "Oh, I was on a bike ride." She said, "No, that's Step Brothers. You're supposed to say you were watching Cops." She got mad. She accosted me.
The love is deep for those movies.
The love is deep and sometimes confusing to us, but we're so thankful to have it.
Yeah.
And you don't feel guilty about it?
No. Are you kidding me?
Wives shouting across through the house, "Honey, come to bed. No, the good part's coming up. This is how we do it." Na 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 na.
There only is a little bit of guilt when you get like a 4-year-old walk up to you and like, "You're in Step Brothers." And like, you shouldn't be watching that movie. Yeah. But
there are worse things men could be watching late at night when their wives are trying to get them to go to bed.
True.
You know?
Yeah. Good point.
Yeah.
Having a good laugh, that never hurt anybody.
Yeah. Very important.
Yeah.
About Sherlock Holmes. Mm-hmm. It's a musical.
Another reason why to do this movie is
no one's done that.
No one's broken out in song, realizing that it was wrong to jail his best friend Watson for no reason.
Yes,
Basil Rathbone wish he had a musical number.
But it's a love letter to these characters, to their relationship, and it's another fantastic moment.
It's a real left turn in the movie too. You know, you're going along. It's a period correct Victorian comedy, and then left turn. Big musical number.
Shot at the Tower of London, the actual Tower of London.
In the actual Tower of London, where people died and were hung.
People have planned their vacation, but it was shut down those 2 days because we have to sing our musical number. Yes.
I think that's...
Thank you, Tower of London.
Yeah. Thank you, milady, Queen.
The Queen herself who authorized it.
Yeah. You got to believe like somebody like Benedict Cumberbatch or what's the guy's name?
Cumberbatch.
Yes.
Yeah.
He'll see this musical number and just go.
And yeah, he's either going to be extremely jealous. That's my guess.
Yeah.
Or he's going to come after us.
Or he'll be like, oh, I'm good. I'm fine. My legacy stands.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Couple of things very quickly. What is it, an Anchorman podcast?
Next year.
Next year.
Really?
Recording them right now.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
Ron Burgundy is the host?
Ron Burgundy.
Holy cow. Wow. I got to get on that show.
Yeah. Wow.
He's hosting his own podcast. He doesn't really know what a podcast is. He talks about that a lot. He's fearful of it. He thinks at first he thought it was just played on the radio. He's always...
Well, aliens come from pods. So
yeah.
It could be that.
Pretty close. Yeah. And speaking of aliens in outer space, I thought you and Guardian in the Galaxy was.
Oh,
thanks. For me, it's one of those. It's another one of those movies you watch a million times. Yeah.
Yeah. No, Guardians of the Galaxy was great. I shot that in London actually. I shot it in London. No, the reason I mentioned it because I've just been out here talking about so many different movies, then that's kind of a call back at this point. But I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Thank you so much.
So did a billion other people.
Yeah.
Lots.
That movie made a whole bunch of cash.
We're good. We're really good. This is really great.
Just cut that part out.
Believe me.
Yeah. I've been in so many movies at this point. You can just name a random movie. I'm probably in it.
Yeah?
Yeah. So.
Have you forgotten what movies you were in? Has anyone ever come up to you and say, you were so great in so-and-so, and you said...
No, I remember because those are important moments in your life. Whether the movie is your favorite movie or not, you still have like various things that happen on those movies, like you meet a new friend or...
I had a day at one of my kids' baseball games where I was watching the game, and a guy comes by with his son and is like, hey, can we take a photo? And I said, you know what? I'm watching my kid's game, and that's kind of my contract with my children, that when I'm doing stuff with them, I don't do any of that stuff. I'm sure you understand. Kind of walks away. Hour later, he comes by with his kid, and he's like, yeah, nice to meet you, Will.
Ooh.
Really liked you in Kindergarten Cop, but wouldn't take a photo with me, so I guess we won't watch that again.
You weren't in Kindergarten.
Like I was not in it, so burn on you. So I got thrown Kindergarten Cop. So I'm not in that.
You weren't in that?
I would have liked to have seen you in that. Now I'm sounding like my mom. My mom.
Why don't you do that?
Yeah, she's like, I saw that movie Big with that Tom Hanks. Why didn't you do that? Like, let's see, Mom. They didn't ask. Tom Hanks.
Why didn't they ask?
I don't know.
What does Tom Hanks have over you?
These are the kind of conversations I
Should you
have
sit
with
down
my
with
mom.
Tom Hanks?
I'm going to talk to that Tom Hanks. Why does he keep
What's
doing everything?
What's the name of the studio that made that movie? I'll call them.
Please don't, Mom. Please don't.
No, I'm going to call them. Guess what? I called them. They're not calling me back. You call them.
She's so funny. My family had nothing to do with show business. Nobody in my family had anything. But my mom quickly adopted kind of like a very aggressive show business, like ideas about things. I'd call her and I'd be like, Mom, I'm in whatever. I'm in Guardians of the Galaxy. It just came out today. She's like, that's great. What else are you doing?
You got to give me more.
What's next? Like, I don't know.
Give me more.
Yeah, that's a big movie. Like, I'm just excited to tell you. I don't have another job right now. Oh, you better get going. Like, okay. Good to see you. Good to talk to you.
Yeah. You have to do this all day. Thank you so much. Really,
a pleasure.
Really.
Great to see you again.
Really.
Thanks. I hope people like this Christmas present that we're giving them this year.
That's it. Now,
yeah.
Is this a Christmas movie?
Oh, sure. Merry Old England and all.
Right.
Yeah.
On
Tiny
Christmas
Tim.
Day, beautiful package of Holmes and Watson underneath the movie-going Christmas tree. Don't use that. God, we're really blowing it.
Yeah, you have the glasses.
I got the glasses.
The interview's going to be 5 minutes long, and it's going to be mostly the glasses.
What's today?
Demo day. This whole thing's got to be demoed. You literally just kind of have to pop these things a few times from the bottom.
Okay.
And you'll kind of start to see it. This thing starts coming loose. Get underneath this thing. Yeah. Use your legs, not your back. It's all you. There you go. Low base. There you go.
Yeah! Chip and Joanna Gaines love a fixer-upper. But the nearly century-old and largely abandoned Grand Karam Shrine building in Waco gives the term new meaning.
Tell me about, Joanna, what you saw in this place, because this is a big leap.
Yeah. And I would start with what Chip saw in this place. Chip loved this building for years. And I'm like, I don't know. It's like a big building. I'm like, let's just stick with houses. I really was like, it scares me. It just feels kind of haunted a little bit.
Turns out that the more haunted the property is, the better deal you
that
get on
is,
these
and
things.
he was like, Joe,
quite the advantage.
It's a great deal. Finally, I walked in one day. He takes me up to this ballroom, and I could see it. I could see the history. And so after that day, it's like, okay, I'm all in.
I would argue Joe and I kind of shy away from, I don't want to say the easy stuff, because surely we're not stupid, right? A little bit of a climber, so
Bear with me. There you go. There, now we got something.
So you drop out these drop ceilings. You see the ceiling as opposed to these drop ceilings?
Oh yeah. You're gonna go all the way up.
Really cool wood. So literally you buy yourself about 4 feet.
Chip grew up in Colleyville, Texas, and learned from his father the value of hard work and getting a little dirty. His first business enterprise was selling juice boxes to kids at summer camp. Joanna was born in Kansas and raised there with her 2 sisters. The family moved every few years for her father's job with Firestone Tires, eventually landing in Waco. Both Chip and Joanna attended Baylor University in Waco, but they never met during college. Then, one day, Chip walked into the tire shop owned by Joanna's dad to get his brakes fixed.
They had a family photo, like some family businesses do, behind the cash register.
Right.
And there were these beautiful 3 Stevens daughters. I would just look at this family photo and be like, man, if I could find any 3 of these young ladies, I would just be like the happiest person on the planet.
Now, what did you think, Joanna, when he says, I saw your picture on the wall and I just had to
always
have
just
you?
call him, he's just a creeper. The first thing he said to me, because I did these local commercials for my dad.
At Jerry Stevens Firestone, we promise to care.
At one point I had the line of like, we'll even change your lug nuts for you. and all the radio stations
That's when you want his
would
heart.
play it and be like, I think she just said lug
It's
nut.
so funny, right when you said that, I got the chills.
One day I was walking out and he's walking in and we just bump into each other and he was like, hey, you're that girl in the commercials.
I thought
and
I was
right
a
off the
dreamer.
bat, I'm like, oh Lord,
I mean, you talk about a
weirdo.
real fan.
Chip and Joanna were married in 2003. The same year, Joanna opened her first design shop while the couple renovated houses in Waco. Almost a decade later, Joanna's small design blog caught the attention of a television producer who called asking if she could send a film crew to see if her hunch was right, that the couple would make good TV.
And so I called Chip, and this is a true story. He said, do not call that person back. It's a scam. How much did they say you have to pay for them to film you? And I was like, I don't think they.
This is sad.
It's a scam.
You talk about like my instincts, because I'm like a live or die by my instincts thing. So this building, I've got these gut instincts. You watch, it'll play out this way. I mean, for the biggest opportunity of our lifetime.
It was like a Dumb and Dumber moment. It's like, I think we're gonna go that way.
Oh, I mean, I was adamant. And Joe was like, I think she's telling the truth. I was like, babe, she didn't say anything about sending her $5,000 in advance. Because I went, honestly, in all honesty, in high school, I was reached out by like this face shot. What would you call it?
Oh, like a headshot? Yeah, like a
headshot
modeling agency.
And so I went to the mall.
At the mall. Oh
I didn't know. I go.
would.
They take pictures of you in your underwear.
Babes.
And then at the end of this production, which you think like you're so hot that you're gonna get this like opportunity of a lifetime. I was hot. And so when you get to the end of it, then they're like, well, $500 today, and then equal payments of $500 for 3 months. And I was positive that these two things were somehow synonymous.
Joanna convinced Chip the offer was real, and the production crew came to Waco. But the TV rookies were convinced they had blown their tryout.
If there's anything to do with the real estate market, we do it all. She designs them.
It's a crazy thing, I have to imagine, for them to put a camera in front of you and say, okay, be TV stars.
Dude.
Be funny, be charming.
He was the
and
worst.
do it on command.
He was the worst.
I had an actual phobia of cameras. And this dude rolled up with these big cameras like this, and this red light pops on this thing. And I mean, it was like a Volkswagen on this guy's shoulder. And he was like, hey, tell me your name. And I was like, I mean, it was just like
I thought he was joking.
I was scared
It's
to
Chip.
death.
Right.
It got better from there, and executives at HGTV saw something they liked. That pilot episode launched 5 seasons of a phenomenon that ranked among the highest-rated shows on cable television.
This is awesome!
Are you able to put your finger, Joanna, on why it took off the way it did?
No.
I can't. I mean,
really-
you're gorgeous,
No.
so that might be
That's
something.
not something.
If I were at home watching television, I'd watch a show with you.
Well, because you were that creeper who loved the 3 sisters. There's just hope in the show. There's the hope of seeing what it becomes, and not just the house. I think it's just, how maybe we problem solve together.
What about you, Chip? Have you thought about it at all?
I mean, I would argue if it's not her being hot, then it must be me.
Weirdo.
You being hot, or just you in general?
Just me in general, yeah. Back in high school, back when I did that headshot thing, absolutely.
Oh, back to the
me
mall.
being
Yeah.
hot.
So
But
weird.
now I'm pretty
I always tell him I
self-aware.
wouldn't
I've
liked
seen
him in high
myself in
school.
the full-length mirror, and I'm like, no way is anybody tuning into this because I'm hot.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
And that wasn't an easy decision. I mean,
I'm sure.
We wrestled with some counselors, for lack of a better term, that sort of helped us articulate, do we want to do this or not? And I would say the overwhelming majority of those people said, when you turn that television show off, all of this other stuff will come crumbling down. And for that ironic and complete opposite reality to have occurred is pretty powerful testimony to just be yourself, man.
The Gaines empire has only grown. In 2018, HGTV's parent company, Discovery, handed Chip and Joanna their own television network, centered around community, home, and design. It is named, naturally, the Magnolia Network.
This was like, oh, that's going to be hard work. People were saying, don't do it. But of course, you tell us that, and we're like, well, interesting. Let's look into this.
I was gonna say, here we are again.
Yeah.
Last fall, crowds flocked to Waco from all over the world for Chip and Joanna's 5th annual Silobration, a kind of pilgrimage for Fixer Upper fans.
We cannot believe 5th annual.
That must be a crazy thing to know that people from across the country and around the world are flying into Dallas, catching a connection to Waco, to come and buy things at Magnolia, or maybe catch a glimpse of you two.
It's a crazy honor. I've never been a humble guy. You know, that's not a thing that you'd naturally assume about me. But in this experience, it is so humbling.
A year ago, Chip and Joanna found themselves on the red carpet in New York as honorees on the prestigious Time 100 list of the year's most influential people in the world.
So you find yourselves, a builder and a designer from Waco, Texas, on a list with heads of state and Taylor Swift.
Stop it. We turn around, there's Taylor Swift with this amazing posse. Our breath gets taken away.
Sure.
Like, oh my gosh, Taylor Swift. She walks into that freaking room full of all-stars, looks the first row over, looks the second row over, catches eye contact, and from that far away, Taylor Swift is like eyeballing me. She's not eyeballing me, she's eyeballing Joe.
Oh, of course.
And she goes like this, our heart
No.
airs to Joe.
No.
It goes like
And then I
this.
passed out.
An Earhart from Taylor Swift likely gave Chip and Joanna some cred with their 5 children, aged 15 to 21 months, who've grown up in front of the fixer-upper cameras.
How do you keep it normal for your kids?
It's nice that all the kids are homebodies. Before we go in anywhere, even if it's at the silos, it's like, hey, these people have come here, so we're gonna host them well, and if I run into them at Target and I need to take a picture, you guys just, it's almost like we've tried to make it normal for them. And once you explain the heart and the why behind it, they get on board.
And as always, Chip already is thinking ahead to the next project.
I could see Crew having a little sibling.
Oh, geez.
And me being like, I love this woman.
I mean, when I'm 50, Chip's gonna want more kids. Just know this is gonna be like the headline forever.
Gosh.
Joe's pregnant again.
For the
so
record.
Sad. We've gotten like almost like odd about this. Every time we have a child, it becomes like a national news cycle.
Every
so
time we have a
sadly, now I'm
child,
like, babe,
this one.
business is down.
Wait,
I mean,
stop.
we need to bump our productivity, our profitability.
Part of the business plan.
I'm like, Chip, I think we've got enough I think we're good. That's how Chip is with children. I mean, I think Chip just loves a full plate.
Best time of the day.
Oh, you say that during the Smuckers things every morning now, and I'm starting to feel like it's disingenuous.
No, I don't say that's the best part of it. It's my favorite time of the day.
Oh, okay.
Different.
That's
Best
fair.
part and favorite, 2 different things.
Totally fair, Uncle Al.
Thank you.
First up on Pop Star, a mediocre pop star today, we've got Chip and Joanna Gaines as promoted this morning. The exclusive first look at their rebooted series. People are excited about Fixer Upper, Welcome Home, which sees them turn outdated houses into beautiful homes, all while juggling an even bigger family. In this clip, we're going to see Chip and Joanna working on their latest project, and they leave it up to their youngest son, son, to settle a disagreement.
We brought the boss baby with us today.
Do you like it?
What?
You like it?
I like it.
I have a tiny little change order in the entryway. We were gonna do the tongue and groove.
You're not changing the tongue and groove, baby. We've already got it going. Listen to me. Do you want Mama to do a change order?
I think.
He said, Mom, let her do her thing.
Oh, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
sounds
let him
good.
know. He
High
can
five.
do that.
Yeah. I was hoping for him to say no change orders.
But Crew said, Mommy can do whatever the heck she wants.
See, Crew knows the secret to life.
Yeah.
Always side with Mama.
Absolutely.
Always. Fixer Upper Welcome Home premieres Friday on Discovery Plus as part of the Magnolia Network.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Talent and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Erin French.
That's right. She's the chef behind one of the most sought-after restaurants in the country. It's called The Lost Kitchen. It's a 9-course dinner experience in rural Maine that only takes reservations, believe it or not, by postcard.
So get this, it gets 40,000 requests for dinners, and it can only serve about 40 people each night. But Erin's new autobiography tells a much more accessible, universal story. Harry Smith joins us with more. Hey, Harry, good morning.
Good morning, guys. It is a terrific book. Let me start with that. I read it just in like a couple of nights. Couldn't put it down. Quite an amazing book. And when you see this place, when you see The Lost Kitchen, when you meet Erin French, you think to yourself, this is the very definition of success.
The Lost Kitchen in Freedom, Maine has the aura of perfection. The setting, the preparation and presentation of the food, and the proprietress, Erin French. All perfect.
Thank you, cheers, enjoy.
There's no greater joy than creating this dish and putting all this time and thought and effort and thinking every little thing out, putting it down and sharing this. It's so intimate.
But who would guess that the person who's providing the experience has been to hell and back?
Someone described it, oh, if a Disney princess opened a restaurant. And I was like, oh, if you only knew.
Erin French's memoir, Finding Freedom, is a page-turning, tear-provoking recollection of a life that was anything but perfect.
I had plenty of big dreams. I always thought that I needed to get out of freedom to make a better life, and I wanted to be a doctor.
So it was off to college in Boston. But 2 years later...
What was it like to come home and tell your parents that you were pregnant?
My father was completely enraged. I mean, through the entire process was just extremely stressful.
No more college, no medical degree, no husband or partner.
I considered myself a gigantic failure.
And yet...
Even though I didn't think highly of myself, I still had a lot of hope. And that's what I held on to, like I was gonna fix this.
Erin's hope turned into a dream, inspired in no small part by her father, with whom she had a difficult relationship.
But there were those beautiful moments and every beautiful moment and loving moment and memory that I have of him always involves food.
Her father owned and operated a diner where Erin worked from the time she was 14, where she learned even the simplest dish prepared well could change a customer's day.
There is a bit of romance to it, even if it's a diner. There's something that's captivating. You're feeding people, you're caring for people.
Erin, the single mom, found love, or so she thought. She married and opened the first Lost Kitchen in nearby Belfast, Maine. In her book, she describes a packed dining room every night, 16-hour days, a crumbling marriage, and an unbridled dependence on prescription drugs. Erin's life collapsed, her business closed. She began to believe her life was not worth living.
In my mind, it was like, I'm done, it's over. There's nothing to live for.
Rehab, divorce. Erin lost custody of her son. Perfect, she was not.
It almost feels to me as you're writing this book that you had to reach some absolute bottom. And in its own way, gave you a clean slate to literally start all over again.
Yeah. And I realized that. It was like this beautiful thing that it took me a bit to figure out. I mean, even down to losing every single possession I ever had.
Growing up in rural Maine, she says, helped make her a survivor. Erin began serving meals out of an old Airstream, went to therapy, and found a way to forgive herself.
I felt as though I were extending a hand toward the little girl I had left behind. I looked into her eyes and told her what no one else had, that she was perfect. For the little girl who grew up wanting to be so perfect,
yeah.
Did you finally have to say, maybe not?
Yeah. And that's okay.
When you can do that, when you can forgive yourself, what does it give you?
Strength. So much strength. That's what I felt. To say that you're okay. You're perfectly imperfect.
In the ruin that was an old mill in her hometown of Freedom, Erin opened a new Lost Kitchen. She's built a community of women, a sisterhood of staff, and together they met the challenge of COVID with outdoor dining and started an online store, as chronicled in the show The Lost Kitchen on Discovery Plus.
There's another proof of struggle creates beauty. And you need friction to give you strength.
Erin made us a ridiculously delicious spinach salad for lunch.
I'm getting the dressing now.
Yeah.
A little sour,
a little sweetness to it. Yeah,
oh
you get
my
a little
God.
bit of that vinegar there.
And we met her mom and new husband, Michael, who gives this story the extra bonus of happily ever after. Erin French is a life force, a magnet, and she hopes, a mirror for others.
I remember that feeling of just complete loneliness and complete despair of this was the end. And I wanted to give someone else, even if it was just one person who may have felt that feeling, a feeling so down and low that you were going to end your life, that there's hope and there's possibility.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Oda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you. Cheers. We've been watching Chanel bust a move all morning.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
Jenna, nearly 2 miles in the air.
Your Gampy would be so proud.
Oh, thank you, Al. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Oda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
Cheers.
We've been watching Chanel bust a move all morning.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
Jenna, nearly 2 miles in the air.
Your Gampy would be so proud.
Oh, thank you, Al.
here's one of my favorite dishes in the whole world is escargot bourguignon. When I was a little kid and my dad took me to France for the first time, I would eat it at every meal. So I love that flavor of herbs and shallots and garlic and burnt butter and a little bit of lemon and the breadcrumbs and the snails. So...
Oh, it smells good.
You have water boiling?
Yes, sir.
Let's start making our sauce.
How long did you go to school for, as far as culinary arts?
About 3 days. I left really fast. I had already been cooking summers and with my dad, and I was already pretty into it. So I just ran away to Europe and started cooking by myself. I don't recommend that for everyone.
As far as you were talking about growing up, one of the things that I've always thought was very admirable about you is how open you are about your life. Did food help you through all that?
When I was 21, 22 years old and a really messed up kid, I would be cooking in restaurants and all I was focused on was doing the task at hand, and it really helped me. I have found the most valuable thing that I own is my own experience. Sharing what really happened in my life with other people is how I do life, if that makes sense.
How hard was it creating this idol figure for yourself?
Oh, I never thought of it that way. And it happened to me fairly late in life. So I'm glad because I was able to handle it somewhat. All my success came late in life.
Is it okay if I ask you a more personal question regarding the whole Anthony Bourdain situation?
You can ask me anything you like.
Okay. How, I know you guys were close. How did that affect you, finding out about his death?
I was working in Philadelphia. I was shooting an episode of Bizarre Foods. And, of Zimmern List. We had been out shooting late the night before. So I woke up at 10:30 and my phone had blown up. I just looked at the very first text and I just sat there and cried. I still carry around a hole inside of me for Tony and my friend Andy and my friend Adam and all of these people that one way or another took their own lives. It doesn't have to be that way.
My family has dealt a lot with that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's sad. I will tell you this, because if we're going to talk about the problem, we should talk about a solution. The solution is talking to other human beings. We're only as sick as our secrets. You got to have one person in life who knows all your truths. All right, are you things cooking over there?
I think I'm ready. Yeah, I think I'm good.
You have very special snails here. They're smaller, but they're more tender and have better flavor. So now,
I just dump them in?
Yeah, go ahead. Right now I have garlic, butter, and my snails, and they're sizzling and heated through. This angel hair pasta only takes 3 or 4 minutes to cook.
Something smells burnt. Ugh. I found out what was burnt. Okay.
What was burning?
Not the towel, that's for sure. Was there ever a time where you wanted to stop? Where just being out and around was too much?
Wanted to stop what?
The show. I'm sorry, I should have said the show.
I missed my family. I missed my friends. I missed a lot of stuff in life. I think it's why I had a different reaction to COVID than most people. All right, now, did you make your breadcrumbs?
I did.
All right, so what I do is I sprinkle them over the top of this dish. And the reason I do this, when I was in Sicily and Sardinia and lots of places in southern Italy, they season pasta with breadcrumbs on top. It's really crunchy and yummy. Remember, the best part about, for me, as a kid eating escargot was dunking the bread in the sauce.
In the sauce.
So when you eat this pasta, you get a little bit of that vibe, which I love.
It's like a dried stuffing.
Exactly. And I just, if you have a little extra herb lying around, I just put it on top of the pasta. But this is one of those dishes that whether I made a smaller portion that I would serve someone as a first course in a restaurant or at my house as part of a big meal, or this is a big bowl that's sort of like Sunday night along with a salad.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I got the family meal right here.
The beauty of it is that you've recreated all of those flavors of a classic French bistro dish, and you've put it through the lens of sort of, I don't know, a more modern approach to global cuisine. What do you think?
I think that's really good. It's definitely something I'd make again.
It's funny that you said I'm going to try this again, because I always tell people, you make something once, it's good, or maybe it's a failure. You make it a second time, and it's perfection. We learn, that's just a life lesson. I learned that in kitchens. We learn from our mistakes. And in kitchens, you get to cook the same dish 3-4 times if you wanted to, right? All the cameras could go away. You could sit there and do it, and you could literally master this because you're a smart kid. By the time you make it a couple times, you'll have it figured out.
If you're ever looking for help, you know, I'm here. Would you ever consider a sidekick?
Life has a wonderful way of bringing people together. There are no coincidences. You're not going to be able to get rid of me. You have a friend for life, and if there's anything that I can ever do for you, personal, professional, it does not matter. That's what I'm here for.
Well, once again, thank you for taking the time out of your day. I can't tell you how much this means to me.
This is the best part of my week, so thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
I think pictures are powerful. They are tools used to communicate. And so I feel a responsibility to tell stories that reflect experiences that look like mine, experiences that aren't often seen in picture books. So it's really important for me to create pictures that are empowering to as many different kids as possible. My name is Christian Robinson. I'm an author and illustrator of picture books. I think children are the best audience. They're curious, but they're also very honest, and you kind of have to present things to them in that way. What am I drawing? A tiger! That's right. Okay. It's been a while since I've drawn a tiger, so I might need some help.
Try your best.
That's a good point. You know, I've illustrated many picture books by different authors, but with Matt in particular, our collaboration has been more of a collaboration where we're actually communicating. There's been times when I've worked on books and I've never met the author, never emailed them, but with Matt, we kind of developed a friendship.
I met Christian back in 2014. So Christian and I collaborated on first Last Stop on Market Street, and then our second book together was Carmela Full of Wishes.
His writing gave me a sense of appreciation for my own story. A story like Last Stop on Market Street about a boy and his grandmother riding a bus in the city. That was my experience. And I don't think I even valued or appreciated it or saw it as something worth spotlighting in a story. But Matt did that.
When I got the initial art, I was just so moved by how he fleshed out the story. And I think that's what good artists do. He just wants to put a good book into the hands of young people, and that's his focus. Christian and I, we were on tour for Carmela, and we had a little time to waste away before our event. And so we sat down at a cafe and we started to talk about, what do we want to do next? You know, what do we want to collaborate on next?
I think I mentioned to Matt, what if we did a story about a child who has an incarcerated parent, and he had a spark in his eye.
I took it as a challenge. How do you write about having an incarcerated parent in a picture book?
He wrote down some notes, and then we have Milo Imagines the World. Milo's a young artist. I was a young artist. Milo has a mother who is incarcerated. Growing up, my mother was in prison for most of my childhood. So yeah, Milo's story is my story. Growing up, I was raised by my grandmother. She was my caregiver. She not only took care of me, she took care of my brother, my 2 cousins, my aunt, and we all lived in this tiny 1-bedroom apartment in LA. We didn't have much space or means, and looking back, I recognized that creativity, drawing and making pictures was my way of having some say over my circumstances.
I've had Christian since he was 5 months. Unexpectedly, his father brought him to me when he was an infant, without any warning, which was a shock. Of seeing your mother in an institution and knowing she was in and out of his life from the time he was 5 months old until he was a young man. It was hard for Christian, but he didn't voice his feelings until he grew older, and was able to express.
My relationship with my mother is somewhat distant. Growing up, she was in and out of prison for most of my childhood. She struggles with drug addiction and mental health.
There was no other way it would not have affected him because she wasn't consistent. And the times that she was in his life, she showed him a great deal of love.
I in no way look at her as some kind of antagonist in my story. One of my most favorite memories of my mother growing up was when I was about maybe 7 or 8. She had just gotten out of prison and she reached out to me and said, I would love to spend the day with you, the whole day. What do you want to do? I went with The Lion King because the movie had been out for a while and everyone was talking about it. And I just remember having that connection, making that connection for the first time of like, oh, people who draw make these movies. I like to draw. Maybe I could be someone who draws and makes stories. And I totally credit my mother for giving me that experience, that opportunity.
There was a point in his time when he was involved in modeling clay. I have quite a few little clay figures that he created when he was 8. So that led me to believe, or let me know that he did have more of a bent toward art. He could have turned the fact that his mother wasn't there for him, he could have turned that in destructively, as opposed to being positive and creating a life that he's satisfied with, which I'm very proud.
One thing I really admire about Christian is he's so dedicated to the art of the project. He's not as interested in the business side of it. He doesn't worry about the bestseller lists or what awards a book is getting.
There are not enough books, children's books, for children of color to connect with.
Our stories matter, especially those that we don't always see. We live in a country with one of the highest incarceration rates in the world. So there are a lot of families that know this experience, and unfortunately, not that many stories that reflect it. So I just hope to let those young people know that their story matters and that it's valuable.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Good evening tonight from Geneva, just hours away from his historic summit.
Over 16,000 unaccompanied children tonight in custody. What's victory look like in this, or what does improvement look like?
It's going to be a challenge to meet that 70% goal. Why is it so challenging?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
These women are so often forgotten. They have no makeup, and a lot of them shake and they flinch or whatever. They can't put on makeup. So my coming there, I think it means a lot.
She makes us feel a lot better about ourselves.
We're people, Everybody's getting older. Give me a break. My name is Alita. I am the founder of My Makeover Mission, and my mission is reawakening the inner beauty of the often forgotten women in nursing homes. Style has been in my DNA. I've had a long career in fashion, from being an editor to a stylist to having my own company and being an image consultant. I'm off to Hollywood right now. In 1996, when I went to visit my mom in her nursing home, I got into a room and the first thing she said to me, "Look what they put me in, it doesn't match." And I thought at that moment, oh my God, at her age, that she still wants to feel like she is beautiful. And I said, you know what, before I leave tomorrow, I am going to give her a makeover. And that's what I did. And it wasn't until I looked at the pictures that another 8 took of us that I had my aha moment to make these women feel so good, special, relevant, and happy. I knew that this was what I wanted to do. The Bayberry home, I've been there 3 or 4 times. I called and we set up an appointment for me to go and give the ladies makeovers. Julia, Olive, and Barbara, they're just amazing.
I am 100 years old. I feel flattered. I really feel very great when she makes me up.
I loved Barbara the moment I met her.
Coffee? Yeah. We're gonna take off your glasses, right? Makeup is something we don't do. For me, it gives us a real lift, really makes our day.
Julia, she's lovely. She's like a Leave It to Beaver mother, you know? She's just so sweet and gentle.
It makes me feel very good because I was a rockette at one time, so I had to use a lot of makeup.
I think when she does the eyes, I think they look very beautiful.
I'm going to try and fill in the brow, give it some definition because this is where we get our expression.
Oh my gosh, imagine not doing your eyebrows for 3, 4, 5 years. Imagine, it's a lot of wiry hair. That is my biggest challenge, and I'm big on eyebrows. When it comes to the lips, they're all in for the red. And I love that about them, just to know that they have that oomph. I think some of it has to do with they see me wearing it. You know, like in Harry Met Sally, I'll have what she's having, same thing.
I think they like the touch of the hand, you know.
A lot of times the women are so relaxed that they go to sleep.
You're sleeping. Take a rest.
They are so at peace, and it's a wonderful feeling to know they trust me that much.
It is something I look forward to. You know, we talk about it for days after.
I think she's a very beautiful person. And she makes you feel good while she's doing the makeup.
Makeup is a byproduct. It's really about the connection, the symbiosis of me and her. Already sleeping. It's okay if you do. It's okay, honey. You've waited a long time.
Worth waiting for.
Oh, thank you.
Just feeling touched and loved. And that's what they're missing, and that's why I started this.
Oh my God. I look alive.
Yes.
I thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
You saw me taking before and after shots, and that's to put on my Instagram, but also to send the after picture to the families. I think it means a lot. I remember, you know, my picture that the aide took of my mom and I, and it means so much that, God forbid, when that time comes, to look at that picture, and that's what you remember.
Okay, girls, are we ready? I have something for all of you. Happy Valentine's Day. I hope that you enjoy.
And we appreciate you being here.
I know. Thank you, honey. Making the women happy, making them feel the way they do. I love that. People say to me, oh my God, you bring them so much joy. Honey, I'm the one who's getting the joy. I'm the one that's receiving it. It's amazing.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Craft beer industry has exploded in recent years, becoming a nearly $30 billion industry. And now, emerging from the pandemic, many specialty breweries are flourishing, with Black-owned establishments in particular gaining a lot of momentum. While they make up less than 1% of the more than 8,000 in the United States, more Black brewers are now starting to open sites. In fact, I recently stopped by the only one here in New York that brews on site for some beer and the side of South Carolina home cooking and some conversation.
If somebody's putting their true passion and true love into it, that's a good beer.
By that definition, Chris Gansey has been making good beer for a decade. Gansey is the owner of Daleview Biscuits and Beer, the only Black-owned brewery that brews on site in all of New York State. And that happens in these tanks below a kitchen that's very busy, serving up biscuits and fried chicken by way of someone very special to both of us, our mutual hometown of Columbia, South Carolina. Where'd you go to middle school?
Gibbs.
Oh, yeah, we used to play you guys in basketball. We used to beat Gibbs all the time.
You sure about that?
Gansey says he didn't even drink beer until his wife gave him a small home brewing kit 10 years ago for Father's Day. Being from Columbia, South Carolina as well, I know, especially in the summertime, cookouts are big.
Yes.
You mean to tell me back then you weren't like drinking tall boy beers?
No, I was not drinking beer at all.
But 3 years ago, that hobby evolved into a business. How did you get from those home brewing kits to the owner of quite the establishment?
People that believed in me. I had my wife and some close friends who believed in the vision and kind of pushed me forward. It's like, you can do this. Why not spread the joy?
Now he's turning out craft beer and Carolina biscuits in the heart of Lefferts Garden, Brooklyn, intentionally choosing a historically Black neighborhood to help integrate an industry with little diversity.
I wanted a place where I could be part of the community and also do a place to educate people around craft beer. Like, I feel a cold beer is something that can bring people together.
Out of the roughly 8,500 breweries in America, just about 60 are Black-owned.
My hope is we help change mindsets in the neighborhood, because the neighborhood is changing, and in creating and unity and equity. So that's my goal, to help create equity in this community.
Gansey is striving for more than exposure and equity, but for a few teaching moments as well. Daleview's beers are named after lesser-known civil rights leaders like Jamaican activist Paul Bogle and freedom rider Diane Nash.
These are the last 3 in existence. We sold out of this.
You sold out of
Yes.
Diane Nash. It's a beautiful label. And I love that on the back you actually explain for folks who might be unfamiliar. Even better than the label is what's inside them. I'm not used to learning and drinking at the same time. This is a novel concept. Oh, it's not just beer?
No, it's also biscuits.
Wow. And let me tell you, a lot of folks won't recognize this, but that's pimento cheese.
What you know about pimento cheese?
That's Columbia, South Carolina. I grew up. I had pimento cheese 3 times a day. My grandma would say, y'all put your foot in that. That is fantastic. Chicken thigh.
Of course.
Yeah. Oh boy. Al Roker's gonna love this. A taste of South Carolina, now educating Brooklyn beer drinkers, all thanks to a thoughtful present. Had your wife decided to give you a tie for Father's Day?
That'd probably be a tie maker.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
You're not yet past your prime. You still have lots of time. Open up your mind. Leave the processed food behind. Working in a restaurant is very much a young man's game. I'm definitely an oddity, but I'm having a lot of fun defying preconceptions. And a lot of it is that I want to prove to myself that I can do it. Deciding to be a line cook at age 66 really is a stupid idea from all practical aspects, but so what? I'm Dr. Peter Glatz. I'm a retired dentist and a full-time line cook at Nonesuch Restaurant in Oklahoma City. Before I started my career as a chef at Nonesuch, I was a practicing dentist for 40 years. My favorite thing about being a dentist was the interpersonal relationships that I developed with my patients, and I've always enjoyed working with my hands, doing fine detailed work. When I was a freshman in college, I would borrow the key to the dormitory kitchenette and I'd begin making bread. People would walk by and stick their head in and see what was going on, and it was a way to meet people. And yes, that's how I met my late wife, Julianne. As fate would have it, I married a woman who loves cooking, who was very good at it, and so for most of my married life, I was the dishwasher and occasionally the salad maker. I was wanting to prepare myself for a career in the arts. I shared this information with my father, and his comment was, how do you think you're going to support a family as an artist, and you ought to go and do something like dentistry? I felt like dentistry used a lot of the same skill sets that I would utilize in art, and it was a more lucrative and stable job situation. Dental school was very, very hard for me. I had never faced failure before, and I wasn't about to then. Welcome to Bertha Bus. This is my wandering, traveling tiny house and kitchen. I love the tiny house feeling. I have really everything I need to survive in a tiny, compact space. And I love being able to go to music festivals and cook for people. This has been a real labor of love. I originally bought a bus with a wheelchair lift to help me lift beer coolers into the bus, but it turned out to be a good move because then I could lower the lift and she could drive right up there, and it allowed us, in the last years of her life to be able to go on nice trips and pretty much go anywhere. That was taken freshman year in college, right at the time we got engaged. That's my wife Julianne, and I in her dorm room window. When I lost my wife and my children were all grown up and had their own families by this point, I was able to look at myself and say, I don't need to do this anymore. I had so many ideas and so many wishes and goals, and I put them on hold to raise a family. I'd look back at the dreams that I walked away from and struggle with resentment. But I realized that it wasn't too late. There was still time. I've always enjoyed fine dining. I read about Chef Elena Regan, who had a Michelin-starred restaurant in Chicago, Elizabeth Restaurant. I loved it. I would return every 3 to 6 months and spend another 2 to 4 days with her. We became good friends. I fell in love with the restaurant environment. Problem was, it's physically demanding. You're on your feet 12, 14-hour shifts. And at that particular time in my life, I was overweight and suffering from a hip that needed a replacement and back problems. Then I became involved with a CrossFit group and a trainer who focused on older individuals. As I grew stronger and healthier, I realized that I think I can do this. In all these places, I just found my happy place, and that's what made me feel like I want this to be more than a hobby. I want this to be my life. I've known Ann for quite a while. Ann was, before becoming my wife, was a family friend. Then I'll get to working on prepping some vegetables, and we'll put together a rice salad. We'll use either black rice or red cargo rice.
Okay. My husband Peter is an amazing man. He's creative and he's very focused, and he's just he's a wonderful partner.
Our original plan was to travel in the bus and support ourselves by doing pop-up cooking events. When I saw on Instagram that a restaurant that I was so impressed by, Nonsuch, was hiring a line cook, I sent in my resume. It was 7 pages of dental stuff and a half a page of cooking experience, and much to my shock, they offered me the job.
I knew that it was an important career move for him and that it would help make him a better chef. And I completely supported that, and I wanted him to be able to do that because I know that in our ventures later that all it will do will make things better.
It's a really wonderful thing to have that kind of support. I think she's enjoying the crazy little ride that we're on.
I think Peter's story is very brave, you know. It's like something I think a lot of people his age think about and no one tries, so it's pretty cool.
He definitely brought something to this restaurant, to our kitchen, that we were lacking and that we didn't know that we needed. It's just a bunch of mostly young kids in here, you know, myself included, and so it's very refreshing and humbling to have him here and kind of just like remind us, you know, what life is really about.
What I want people to take away from my story is that one doesn't have to resign himself to living a life that you aren't fulfilled living. I want to thank you all so much for being here. As you know, cooking is my passion, so I'm so glad to share this with you. What the mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve. Chin chin.
Chin chin.
If you create a vision of what you want your life to be, and then do the work to help you get there, it can be achieved.
Hi, everybody. Hi. First of all, congratulations. I can say you're an Olympian. Does it feel that way yet? Raise your hand if you feel like an Olympian. Raise your hand if it still isn't quite sinking in yet that you're an Olympian.
Yeah. I'm 18, I'm Phoebe Bacon. I'm 19, I'm Alex Walsh. I'm 19, I'm Reagan Smith. I'm 19, I'm Kate Douglas.
I'm 18, I'm Tori Husk.
I am 17, I'm Lydia Jacoby.
I'm 19 and I'm Jake Mitchell.
I'm 19 and I'm Emma White.
I'm 17 and I'm Claire Curzan. I'm 16 and I'm Bella Sims. I'm 15 and I'm Kate Grimes.
Jake, how does it feel being the only guy? You're holding it down.
Yeah, I don't know. It's fun.
So Claire, let me start with you, Claire. You just turned 17 years old, is that right?
Yes.
I hear you had a unique training setup during the pandemic, because a lot of people realize that, look, you know, things were postponed for a while. Things have been kind of weird, but now you're back in it. But what were you doing during the pandemic to stay in shape?
So my neighbor had a backdoor pool, so I was able to kind of steal her pool for a little bit and use a bungee cord to do some resistance training. So it was pretty chilly, and I had a wetsuit on for a while, but it was really great to be in the water.
So you're literally in your neighbor's pool during the pandemic using bungee cords just to try to stay fit.
Yeah.
But clearly it all paid off.
It did.
How old are you, Katie?
I'm 15.
You're 15 years old?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
It's cool, but I don't know. I was just telling them I'm like the youngest in everything. Like I'm the youngest in our swim team group. I'm the youngest in my family. At some point I was the youngest to qualify for the trials, so it's just kind of fitting.
How long have you been swimming?
I started my club team when I was about 5, so like about a decade. Yeah. Wow.
Wow, that's pretty cool. So Reagan, you are 19 years old. This is what we think is pretty cool. You posted a picture of yourself. It was on Instagram. I think it was a yearbook picture from when you were 11 years old. Is that right?
Yes, that is right.
Tell me about that picture and what did the caption say underneath it?
Yeah, so it was like my 5th grade yearbook, and it was what we wanted to be when we grew up, and I said that I wanted to be an Olympian. Yeah.
Oh,
very sweet.
They say what you think about, you bring about, and so now here you are all these years later as an Olympian, one of the teenagers on the team. You guys are making history as teenagers. What about for you? How does this feel? Is it surreal? I mean, again, this is something you've been working for years.
Yeah, definitely. It feels like a dream come true, absolutely. And it always sort of felt like an unattainable dream just because the Olympics are so romanticized. And especially with this pandemic going on, we didn't really know, if the Olympics were going to happen at all. So it's
It's very cool and very surreal that they're happening and I get to be a part of it. So it's very special.
So I'm sitting here, I'm talking to you guys, and I'm thinking about all of the kids and teenagers, not just in the US, but around the world, who swim. And yet here you are, 11 of you, and you made the cut. Does it sink in that you're frankly one of the best swimmers in the world?
No, not at all.
What about for you, Reagan? When I say you guys and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, you guys are some of the best swimmers in the world. Does that sink in?
Not really, honestly, because when we're all here together, it just feels like a normal group of kids.
So Lydia, you are 17 years old, and as I understand it, you are the first Olympic swimmer to come from Alaska. Is that right?
Yeah, it is.
The state must be thrilled for you. Tell me about the support that you're getting from the folks in Alaska.
Yeah, it's been so cool. I know Alaska itself is a really small community just because our population size is so small, but within that, Alaska swimming is an even tighter community, so that's been great to have all that support. And when I came back from in the airport, everybody came and met me, and yeah, it's been great.
When you landed and you went back home in June, when you landed at the airport, how did it feel to see that crowd and all of those people there just to support you?
It was crazy. I mean, I've been getting tons of texts and messages and stuff, like I couldn't even keep up with it, but to just see that in person when I came home was another whole thing, so that was pretty cool.
Is there an adjustment going from, you know, a small swim club at home to, you know, Olympic training camp in Hawaii?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at home, I have people to train with, but nobody to go to meets with and everything, so it's just been really neat getting to train with people who are on my level and can push me.
Is it different? I read that this training camp in Hawaii is the first time you've consistently worked out in a 50-meter pool.
Yeah, we only have one 50-meter pool in Alaska, and they keep it in short course, so this is my first time swimming long course. Yeah.
What? Are you guys surprised? I guess you did. So wait, Phoebe, you're 18 years old. You're from Maryland. So this is what is really cool. So tell me if this is true. In pre-K, you were paired with a 4th grade mentor. Can you tell everybody who that was?
It was Katie Ledecky.
What are the odds? What was she like?
Yeah, I know when I was that young, I mean, I don't think me or her knew what swimmers we were going to become, and like then it was just we were becoming friends, and that kind of started our relationship to now being on the same Olympic team together.
It has to be somewhat surreal. Like, I'm from Wichita, Kansas, right? So the odds that I end up working with somebody else from my hometown on the Today Show would be very odd. So for you, I mean, what are the odds that you guys were swimming as little ones and now you're together at the Olympics? Isn't that nuts?
Yeah, I think it's wild, especially, I don't know how they paired us up because we have both very different personalities, but it's just crazy.
And then when you saw her as an Olympian, I guess it was back in 2012, did you think, I want to do that too?
Yeah, that was the first moment I kind of felt like the Olympic dream was possible for me. Just from her being from like a small community, and maybe I could too.
Phoebe, how much work, goes on behind the scenes? What don't we see when it comes to making a spot?
I think it's a lot of work. There's all the recovery, and then there's the fueling and nutrition, and then if you're in school, you're also doing that on the side, and it's a lot to like take in, but we seem to all kind of balance it well, and I feel like swimmers are really good at time management, which really helps.
How often are you swimming a day, Phoebe?
Either once or twice a day. Usually for me, some days I'll have like an hour and a half practices, and then other days it'll be up to 3 hours. It kind of depends if I'm swimming once or twice a day.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Good evening tonight from Geneva, just hours away from his historic summit. Over 16,000 unaccompanied children tonight in custody. What's victory look like in this, or what does improvement look like? It's going to be a challenge to meet that 70% goal. Why is it so challenging?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Kate Douglas and Alice Walsh. You're both 19 years old?
Yes, yes.
So this is so cool because you both swim for UVA and you punched your ticket to Tokyo, during the same race. What was that moment like for you two?
Yeah, I mean, I just remember, in the warm-up pool before the race, our coach looked at us and he was like, just let's do this together, let's make the team together. And I mean, I was a little bit scared to say that because I think I was kind of in denial that I even had a chance of making the team, but I think it definitely helped motivate me just knowing that me and my teammate can make the team together. So that was just super exciting.
And how cool is that? You guys came in first and second, right?
Yeah.
When you're swimming, I've always wondered, what's on your mind? I mean, you guys are so fast, you're so good. Are you in a zone or, what are you thinking about when every millisecond counts?
I mean, I guess at the end of that race, I'm thinking about the pain of the race and trying to push it out of my mind so that I can finish the race as fast as I can. In that race, I just put my head down once I got to the flags, and I knew that was my last chance to finish the race and try to get a spot on the team.
And what about you, Alex, when you're going into something like that?
Yeah, I would say the finals at Olympic trials is a really unique atmosphere that I know it's really hard to prepare for just because the nerves and they're really high. But yeah, I'm really grateful that I had Kate next to me because we're training partners and I knew we know how the other one is going to swim the race, and we both know that it's going to be really close on the last 50 meters of freestyle. So having her there, I think that was really good for both of us.
And Alex, what did your family think?
I saw my mom was crying obviously a lot. I think they were feeling a lot of the emotions that I was feeling too. I think people kind of forget that the family it's kind of like a team effort almost, just because everyone has their own support system going through the same thing. So I think they were just as happy as I was.
Tori, you are 18 years old from Virginia.
Yeah.
We were just talking about the fact that so many athletes were bummed, because the Olympics were delayed a year. But did you think perhaps maybe it helped younger athletes like you guys? It gave you a little bit more time, or what do you think about that extra time?
I think it probably made a huge difference in all of our swimming this year. I feel like the extra year really gave us time to perfect our technique, and also I feel for the younger athletes, I feel strength, at least for me, was a really important and game-changing aspect of my swimming. So it gave me a whole another year to work on my strength training and just to get stronger. So I feel for me it made a really big difference.
So in some ways it was like a silver lining to have that extra time.
Yeah, I feel obviously COVID wasn't great, but I feel I tried to be optimistic and to make the best out of it.
Bella, you are 16 years old from Vegas.
Yes.
Is it true that you only started swimming 6 years ago?
Yeah, I started swimming when I was 10, yeah.
And now you're an Olympian? What made you decide to start 6 years ago?
My friends swim, and I would just go over their house and have sleepovers, and they'd have to go to practice, and I just have to watch, and I was like, dang, that's kind of fascinating. I want to try. And then I did lessons, and the instructor was like, you're kind of good. You should try developmental, the swim team. And going from 5 meters to the 25 is a push. And then I realized I loved it when my parents were like would ask me, and yeah.
You're so laid back about it. Like, you're like, oh yeah, I just go in, I just swim. But you're obviously really good. How would you describe your journey to get here? How much did it take behind the scenes to get that spot?
Definitely practicing some every day. I used to watch YouTube videos on like how to perfect my technique, and like I would try to use it in practice. And if I ever felt like I needed more work, I'd go to the gym with my brother or stuff like that.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Talent and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Jake, you're 19, right?
Yeah.
From Indiana. And so you had placed second in the 400 freestyle, but didn't make the qualifying time for the Olympics. So you had to do a time trial by yourself to see if you could beat that time. How nerve-wracking was that?
It was pretty nerve-wracking. I mean, the entire day kind of leading up to it, I was kind of wondering if I'd be able to do it because I couldn't do it in finals, and I never really had like a tapered meet like kind of leading up to that, so I didn't know exactly how fast I was going to go. I just knew that I trained really well for it. But then as it got closer, I just was trying to shift my mindset to being more grateful for having the opportunity to get another chance at it, and yeah, so that nerve just turned into excitement.
Wait, Jake, did you just give us some words of wisdom? So when you're crazy nervous, as opposed to just racking your brain with nerves, you find a space for gratitude? Does that help?
Absolutely. At my club team, growing up, we always had like talks about gratitude and how powerful it can be if you use it in the right way. So just like working on the mental side of things really helped me in that kind of situation.
So I am not an Olympic swimmer, but can I tell you, Jake, that I honestly think that you just taught us something, whether you are a swimmer, whether you're a teacher, whether you're a dancer, you know, whether you're a student, we all feel nerves sometimes. And I guess I never thought about taking those, you know, that anxiety and trying to fuel it into being, you know, gracious. That's awesome. And it also helps me, it reminds me, you know, how much would you say, Jake, when it comes to swimming or when things get really competitive, how much of it is a mind game or is mental versus the skill set itself? Is it a balance?
Like for us, like when you get to a meet, it's like all the mental side because all the physical stuff's done. So it's really just like about focusing on yourself and what you can do and like the controllables, not focusing on things that are out of your control, just making sure that you're doing the best that you can to be the best that you can be. And
what does your family think about this, Jake?
They were super excited. I remember like after I finished the race, I like ran outside and gave my parents a hug, and I had family all around kind of texting me and calling me and congratulating me, so it was really, really nice.
And is it true, you guys, tell me the record, is this the most teenagers they've had since 1996? Did I read that? Emma, let me bring you in here. You train, I know, and train for this moment, but it still has to be so overwhelming, if you will. Have you received any advice that gets you through?
I actually met Elizabeth Beisel at trials after my 4 a.m., which is so cool because I've looked up to her for so long. And it's really an honor to follow in her footsteps. She gave me a card and she talked to me about having the 4 a.m. on the first day of the meet and kind of how to handle the pressures of it all, which was so cool.
How many of you are on Instagram? Show of hands. Show of hands, how many of you are on TikTok?
Oh yeah.
So I guess this is just the way of the future. Do you ever find yourself reading comments, or does it fuel you in a positive way? I mean, for any teenager, social media, has its pros and cons. What about for you guys?
I mean, I think most of the comments were positive after that. Like leading up to the meet, I tried to stay off social media of all the swimming stuff, but I mean, after it was all just mainly like congratulations, which I'm super thankful for my family and friends.
I know sometimes when I have a long day, I'll be honest, I'll open up Instagram and I'll kind of scroll and it kind of takes me away, kind of lets my mind relax a little bit. What about for you guys? How do you unwind, if you will? Because I know that it's probably stressful.
I mean, I think I try to separate swimming from the rest of my life when I get home, kind of try to shut that off. Like hang out with my sisters, I have 3 of them, and kind of like unplug and think about the next day.
All right, for somebody, this is your first time traveling out of the country. Who is that for? Raise your hand if this is your first time traveling. How does that feel?
Good. I mean, if I'm gonna go out of the country for my first time, might as well be for the Olympics.
So you're training right now with some legends. First of all, going to Hawaii any day would be awesome, but training there with Olympic legends. Is there anybody that you're like secretly kind of geeking out for or seeing?
I'd say just kind of everyone. Like the first day, Coach Greg told us just to get in the lane with people you don't know. So obviously this is kind of one of my big first national team trips. So I got in the lane with Kayla Decky, which was crazy because I mean, I used to only see her on like media and stuff, so she's been so nice and just welcoming to us, and it's been great just getting to know everyone.
I've always wanted to train with Ryan Murphy, just because like he's like such a legend in the like backstroke community, and last night I finally got to like train right next to him, and it was like such an awesome moment.
How about for any of you, is there anybody, even going to Tokyo, I know it's going to be a little different this year, but is there anybody you love to meet that's an Olympian with any sport? Anybody?
I want to meet Simone Biles. Me too. She's so cool. Yeah.
What is it about Simone Biles that you guys admire?
She's the GOAT. Yeah. Yeah. She rocks. I just think she's so cool. I love watching her like highlight reels at her competitions.
Well, I can't wait to watch your highlight reel as well. Okay, I know you guys are all still getting to know each other, but who would you say, is there anybody in this group that has the most intense pre-race superstition?
Me? Yeah.
What do I do?
She's like, I'm like, it's so scary. It's so intimidating. Because she comes out.
That's so funny. What does that do? Does that just hype you up?
Yeah, it just gets me going. It's got to scare the competition.
Who would you say, and again, I know you guys are just gelling as a team, but who would you say is the most relaxed before a race?
I don't think anyone's relaxed.
Anybody goof off during training, or who's the comedian? Who likes to have fun?
Phoebe.
You again?
She likes to joke in the ready room.
I mean, like,
and what is it? Does it just kind of keep the attitude light, or what's your thought?
Like, I like swimming mostly just because it is so much fun. And like just today at practice, we were definitely doing a hard set, and like I was trying to keep everybody positive. I feel like just because like I enjoy it, and I want everybody else to enjoy it.
What is it like there in Hawaii? Who's there? What are you seeing? What are you doing?
I think it's gorgeous. Yeah. I mean, outside all of our windows are just like this beautiful, like multi-blue colored beaches, like ocean, and then like we're walking around outside and it's just nice out. It's sunny all the time. Like coming from a Wisconsin winter, this is amazing.
Does it feel, for any of you guys, does it feel surreal?
Yeah.
It's just now kind of starting to sink in now that we're like all together and like you're spending time with everyone, but it's still definitely surreal.
What are you most looking forward to in Tokyo?
Trading pins. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Wearing the flag on my head. That's probably the coolest part.
Probably meeting people from other countries.
Do you get to do the opening ceremony?
I think if you swim later in the meet, you're allowed to, or like you're more likely to.
You know, you guys are still young, but did any of you ever watch the Olympics and look at swimming and just dream and wish that maybe one day you two could be there?
Yeah.
All of you?
Yeah.
Show of hands, how many of you watched the Olympics in years past and dreamed of being there? That's amazing. What is it that you love about swimming in this sport?
I'm just like super competitive, and I love the fact that everyone gets to push each other and then but I think we're all pretty supportive of each other, and it just makes everything better.
And Tori, how does it feel when you're in that water and you're swimming, you're doing the butterfly, like I don't even know the terminology. How does it feel when you're at your best? What does that feel like?
Well, in a race, I feel like I'm not really even thinking. Like I'm kind of just like going. I feel like thinking, I guess, is more like for practice. But when I'm at my best, I feel like my mind is pretty blank.
And my last question, somebody speak in behalf of all of you, what it feels like to be a teenager at the Olympics. You guys are seriously making records as this team being so young. Somebody speak in behalf of all of you, what you want the country to know from you guys.
Dream big, have fun. It's an honor to be here, and it's so fun that we can represent our country, hopefully for many more years to come.
Well, thank you guys so much. All the best. We'll be rooting for you. I mean, gosh, at 15 years old, 17, 19, the sky is the limit. Thank you guys so much. And good luck in Tokyo.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It was a gloomy afternoon in Manhattan for our first in-person buddy up in over a year, but we weren't about to let it rain on our parade.
This is the first time we've been together in person.
It's been a while. I'm so happy.
We've got a little urgency because there's a big line of thunderstorms.
Just saw that. We are the
weather wizards.
Oh my goodness.
So let's get it going.
Our first backyard game, a classic, cornhole.
How do you score cornhole?
So I think, if I remember correctly, I'm usually pretty drunk. In the hole is 3. Okay. On the board is 2. Off the board, half off the board, like if it's dangling, it's 1.
Are you taking notes on this? Well, yes, it's the score. Ooh! Oh! Wow.
Doofus.
Oh, name calling this early? Oh!
Good luck! Good luck! Look at me! Look at me! I'm Craig. I'm awesome.
Oh!
Look at you!
Yes. Look at you! Yes. Cornhole Pro! Cornhole Pro! Yes! Yes!
15-9. News nerds? All right.
That's game we won.
Yes! I thought we had some wiggle room.
Boom!
In a shock to everyone, the news nerds are up 1-0, but the stakes are getting higher in a supersized version of Connect 4.
All right, here we go. You got to get 4 in a row.
Okay.
4 in a row.
4 in a row.
Ready? Ladies
Yes.
first.
Okay. Smart move. You don't want them to get anything, so don't put anything down because then they can.
Good catch. Good catch.
Is this the least we've ever talked? Ow!
Yes! The old man's lost it!
You did it
The
on
old man's
purpose.
lost it!
He just wanted the game to end.
Okay, watch that. Next. Things aren't looking great for both Team Weather Wizards or literally the weather.
There's lightning and thunder coming. Is that becoming like a roll cloud? Look at that.
With the storm approaching, it's time to get a move on for our grand finale, Can Jam.
If it just hits the side, that's 1 point. You throw it, falls in, that's 2 points.
Will Team Weather put any points on the scoreboard?
If it's above and you knock it in, right? You jam it, that's 3 points. If it goes straight in, it ain't over.
Good try. That was good. This storm's getting
Now,
vicious.
watch it, it'll go 4-3.
Okay, fine, just hit the thing.
Oh, close.
So
4-4. That might have gone in.
All right, 4-4.
First one to 5. All right.
6.
Mean Can Jam.
Despite the Weather Wizards' Can Jam comeback, they were still down 2-1. We had a choice, keep going or stay dry.
As you can hear, and as we've seen,
Oh, God.
ta-da, we've got a line of pretty severe thunderstorms rolling in.
It would
So
seem to be that way.
I think it's time to call this buddy up. Why? Because I don't want to die.
Go News Nerds, we won.
You won, yay! Makes them feel better.
Oh, we heard you.
Butchery is seen as this really large-scale brute force thing, and it takes a lot of physical strength, but a lot of it is also really intricate and small, kind of meditative moments. Sausage making being one of those things.
The color is still really nice.
Yeah, it looks beautiful. I'm Cara Nicoletti. I'm a fourth-generation butcher and co-founder of Seymour Meats and Veggies. I want butchers in the future to not be scared of people eating less meat. I just think that we need to get a little bit more creative about our job. Everyone, the food is ready. The mission really is to make it easier and more fun for people to eat well. It turns out that adding vegetables, making that meat stretch farther, democratizes good meat, if you will, makes it more available to more people.
They're just so good.
My family's history in butchery started with my great-grandfather. He was a cattle merchant in Russia. That was where my great-grandpa started working in the meat industry. And then he opened a shop in the north end of Boston in the 1940s with some of his family. When my grandpa was 13, him and his brother, Bobby, started working in the shop and eventually took it over. Is that you?
That's me.
Yeah.
That's Bob.
I'm Seymour Solet, and I'm a retired butcher. Both of us went to work helping my dad in the meat market. My brother and I were partners until the day he passed away a couple of years ago.
This was the store.
Wow.
65 Salem Street.
I had 3 daughters. I never thought that my girls would be interested, and they weren't. My daughters used to bring the children into my office for me to take care of them while they went out and did things. And Cara always wanted to go into the smelly room.
I was, out of my sisters and my cousins, probably the most curious about what they were doing in the shop. Growing up, I always wanted to sort of like peek behind the curtain and see. I graduated in 2008. The economy collapsed. I was working at a restaurant as a baker, and one of the owners, who also had a grandfather who was a butcher, was like, if you ever want to do some like light butchery work, breaking down chickens and pork shoulders and stuff, let me know. So I started doing that, and it sort of like sparked an interest in me. So I started apprenticing for free. I did that for about a year and then left to go butcher full time. I remember calling my papa, Seymour, when I got my first apprenticeship. I could tell that he was hoping like it was something that didn't stick.
Well, I said, this is the funniest story, the funniest joke. You're joking with me and everything else. And she said, no.
I really have my entire working life worked with my hands, and I enjoy that much more.
I trusted her and believed in her. As a matter of fact, I gave her some of my tools.
This is Papa Seymour's honing steel that he gave me. As soon as I started butchering full time, I gravitated toward sausage making immediately, and I realized pretty early on that I had hit on an idea. As much as I believe in regenerative agriculture and all of that, there's just no way to sustainably eat meat every single night of the week. So I started sneaking a lot of vegetables into my sausages. I had set out to make 40 pounds of sausages, and after I'd mixed it all together, I weighed out the mix, and it was like 70-something pounds. I had essentially doubled my meat by adding vegetables to it. When I was working at Foster's and just couldn't physically keep up with the demand was when I realized that it definitely was a scalable idea. It's been the last 2 years of working nonstop trying to get this to market. I went to close to 100 co-packers asking them if they would help me, and every single one of them said no, because what we're doing is more complicated. We finally found one co-packer outside of Kansas City, Missouri, the Phantasmas, and flew out to go see them, and they were like, sure, we'll try it.
Hey!
Hi!
How's it going?
Good, how are you? Oh, Mario! Hi! I really owe everything to them because they saw something in me, and they saw something in my idea that they thought was worth taking a risk on. I was making Lou and Mario peel beets and dice them in the thing that makes bologna.
I believe it was the challenge. We never done sausage with vegetables and meat combined at the amounts that she was looking for.
We immediately saw the drive that she had, the passion she had about the sausages she made.
We've always wanted to work with a sausage queen.
Oh my gosh! Vivi, do you want to help me prep some vegetables? We went back and forth about the name for a long time. We had a few different iterations that just didn't stick, and I always wanted it to be Seymour.
These are cooking up fantastic, huh? God, look at those. They're just cooking up.
Gorgeous.
Gorgeous. I love her, and I said to her, no, don't call it Seymour Meats and Vegetables. I wanted her to call it something like Cara's Kitchen, because it really, it's her. And of course, I am humbled by what she did, and I'm very emotional about that.
We are all obsessed with Seymour. We love him and use him as a model of positivity and gratitude.
That's delicious.
So this is about honoring my whole family.
The truth of the matter is, Cara revolutionized the sausage business.
Make no mistake, this was not an easy process, and I almost quit many, many, many times.
Cara went to Whole Foods and they bought her product immediately. I mean, I can lie awake at night thinking how remarkable it is that she was able to achieve that, and I'm very proud of her.
Butchering is a really, really difficult job with very little financial payoff, but I would not do anything differently. Women make really good butchers and really good cooks, really good chefs. I think the more of us that are in this industry, the better.
I understand what it takes to accomplish what she's accomplished. And let me tell you, it is no easy feat. And it didn't happen overnight for Cara. And it's just a beginning as far as I'm concerned.
I love you so much.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Good evening tonight from Geneva, just hours away from his historic summit. Over 16,000 unaccompanied children tonight in custody. What's victory look like in this, or what does improvement look like? It's going to be a challenge to meet that 70% goal. Why is it so challenging?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
There are a few things that make me happier than physically farming. Big, sweaty, kind of brutal tasks. I think I've always known in some form that this farm and this work around connecting people and land needed to exist.
You wanna be free of your anxiety. Just so catchy. I think the wind likes it.
My name is Leah Penniman, and I'm the founding co-director at Soulfire Farm in Grafton, New York. Soulfire Farm is a Black Indigenous-led community farm that's dedicated to ending racism in the food system and training up the next generation of activist farmers. Between 1% and 2% of farms are Black-owned, which is down from a peak of 14% of Black-owned farms in 1910. And this is not because Black folks don't want to farm. This is because of a whole legacy of discrimination, of institutional racism. I grew up in a small rural town called Ashburnham, Massachusetts. I'm the oldest of 3, and we were, for most of our childhood, the only brown kids in our entire school. And we experienced just a lot of social exclusion and racial bullying. It ranged from taunting, being called names, to assumptions about our intelligence. The land and the forest were a salvation for me. I attended every single farming conference that I could afford to go to. But by my late teens, early 20s, I started to get disillusioned because I'd look around at these farming conferences and all the presenters were white, and I looked around and there was only a handful of people of color. A mentor of mine said something so important to me at that time. She was just like, look, don't give up. I know that right now it seems like you're out of place, but remember that our ancestors have been farmers for millennia, and that our ancestors built the agricultural system of this country on their backs. I was really grateful that she was there and encouraged me to stick with it. My partner Jonah and I were living in the south end of Albany, New York with our then infant children, Nashima and Emmett. And despite our master's degrees and over a decade of farming experience, found it impossible to get fresh food for our children. There were no supermarkets, no farmers markets, no available community garden plots. The only food is a corner store, a liquor store, and a McDonald's. This system of segregation is termed by the government a food desert. To us, there's nothing natural about apartheid. So we call it what it is, it's food apartheid. It comes out of a legacy of redlining and housing discrimination, of divestment from communities of color, and has resulted in the situation today where if you're white, you're 4 times as likely to have a supermarket on your block than if you're Black. You're more likely to have diabetes, heart disease, and other diet-related illnesses. Not because you don't know how to eat, but because there is a scarcity of affordable, culturally appropriate quality food that's accessible. And so we work to establish a community garden right on the corner plot near our home. So when our neighbors found out that we knew how to farm, they encouraged us to start the Farm for the People, and the idea for Soulfire Farm was born. We purchased the land in 2006, and it took us 4 years to transform this marginal, degraded, and vacant land into human habitat and suitable farmland. And we opened the farm in 2011 with a small food distribution program that went right to our neighbors in the South End. A couple thousand folks roll through here every year to attend our farm training programs.
The rest of you are just going to contemplate and pray for the strawberries' happy homemaking.
There are 8 of us working here on the farm. We have an amazing team. We have a number of day-long programs and week-long camps for youth who are interested in farming, and a whole lot of community days and workshops on particular skills. It's really whatever our community is asking us for, we do our best to provide. Our most popular is the week-long BIPOC Fire, stands for Black Indigenous People of Color Farming in Relationship with Earth. We have folks coming from 37 states and 3 countries this year, Spanish and English speakers, young and old. And we spend a week together doing hands-on-the-land training. We have a number of courses on business management, marketing, as well as crop planning. If you count everyone who's gone through any program, we have over 10,000 alumni. We provide ongoing and forever mentorship. We hook folks up with jobs, land, fellowships, and other opportunities. Land is the place where the lynchings, the beatings, the enslavement, the sharecropping took place. And so there's no way to escape the trauma associated with that. And so a big part of what I and we are trying to do at Soulfire is to reach back across the narrative of the hundreds of years of land-based oppression to Cleopatra's, compost piles and the raised beds of the Ovambo people in Namibia, to reach back to the work of Dr. George Washington Carver, creating regenerative agriculture, and Dr. Booker T. Watley with Farm to Table. So to really reclaim the dignity of it is super important. If we can't feed ourselves, we can't truly be free.
All right, so everyone who's part of the tour, just come a little closer. We'll go ahead and get started. We're gonna travel around the farm together, get a chance to visit some of the sacred sites, hear the stories, and you can ask your questions as well as we go. So follow me this way.
Community Farm Day is our monthly public event where volunteers come from all around the region to share in the labor of the land, to have a potluck lunch, and then to participate in a tour and Q&A session. It's the one time that the farm's open to the public.
Now, what's very important with strawberries is that their meristem or growth point is right here. So what do you think happens if you bury that?
Drowning.
It will not grow.
We have a bunch of different teams working on different tasks, including transplanting the fall strawberries, cleaning and curing the garlic and onions, harvesting potatoes, removing some of the materials and supplies that we're done with for the season. And Jonah will be working with some volunteers, many of whom have traveled 3 or 4 hours just to get here today. We have a lot of teens that come through the farm, and not all of them are going to be farmers, but they see folks who look like them following their dreams and being their own bosses and running their own institutions. What matters to me is that they can see a wider vision of what's possible for their own lives.
This is what we're trying to get to, so it's great to see it in person. Yeah, it's a goal. It makes my heart flutter. Like, honestly, I'm so inspired.
When I say 5, you say minutes. 5. Minutes. 5. Minutes. Until lunch, which means you should please help all the teams clean up and put everything away.
I know.
She tried to.
Yeah.
We do doorstep delivery of vegetables, eggs, pastured meat, and herbs, and folks can actually pay for that using their EBT benefits. The vast majority of people say that having those vegetables has made a huge difference in their health, whether that's a reduction in blood pressure or cholesterol or overall sense of well-being. And especially for our lower income members, many of them say if it wasn't for those vegetables, they'd literally be eating ramen and boiled pasta and canned foods because they simply don't have anywhere to get, fresh food like we offer. There's nothing that makes me happier than seeing our alumni farm. So for example, Dallas Robinson in North Carolina just recently opened the Harriet Tubman Farm. Folks like Keisha Cameron outside of Atlanta, Georgia at High Hog Farm. Fundamentally, I want to create a different kind of educational environment for young people that I never got